I'm a full-time small business owner and a full-time live streamer. I use the live stream to document my day-to-day of me trying to grow my small business. Yeah, and it's a Monday today. It's the 21st of Monday. It's our 64th day of us live streaming back to back, just documenting every single moment at work, but not every single, because like, yeah, maybe like this, because I was here by 6, and I just started the live stream at like 8 a.m. in the morning. So we missed like 2 hours of a live stream, but it's okay. We're gonna be here all day. We're gonna be here all day, just grinding, whatever that is going to look like, because it's a holiday. The reason why I'm saying that is it's a holiday, and I know most people are at home chilling, not worried about nothing. Yeah, but hopefully it'll turn out a great, it'll turn out to be a great day for business. A great day generally. Even though like it's hella cold right now, man. It's cold. It's cold outside. Like you see, it's cold. And yeah, it's my small business. Those are the services that I provide for my community. It's photocopying, scanning, and printing and typing services. My community comes through, and I help them. We are outside. We are outside in a small, like, we are by the roadway, by the roadside. Just helping people from here. And yeah, man. Hopefully, one day soon. Hopefully, someday soon. We will move into the office that I'm currently fixing up. I'm fixing up the office, infrastructure, how it looks in there, stuff like that, right? So yeah, that's what I'm on, man. It's cold right now. It's cold today, man. I might even need to put another jacket on. It's pretty cold, and my nose is kind of running. I think I'm gonna get like a runny nose or whatever it is. Mm, yeah. So this guy's finally like it's going away. Yeah, man. I need to cut my hair, don't I? I need to cut my beard. Hmm. If your beard is so big that it's getting in your mouth, you know that like my mustache. It's so disturbing. Like the wind is blowing it into my mouth. That shit is crazy disturbing, man. The only reason I'm great, like I grow my mustache, people will be like, "Yo, why do you grow your mustache?" I'm not growing. This nigga is growing by itself. It's growing by itself. It's just that like I just leave it alone, you know. Yeah. Hopefully everybody's doing great, and yes, smash that like button, man. Helps algorithm know what to do for us, you know. Tell the people that, yo, this nigga's out here doing, like, this guy is actually out here doing something, you know. That's what we on. That is what we on. It is cold as hell. There's like a cold breeze blowing through, and yeah, but yeah, we'll be here every single day, bro. How do I go to my channel? I'm trying to go to my channel. Hmm. Yeah, man, smash that like button while we're still here, man. And yeah, let's go, man. Today I got a small blazer, man. I got on a small blazer. We outside, and somebody's gonna come here. Like, I know my customers, they're gonna come here and say, "Yo, you are wearing a blazer today, dog." They always make it seem like wearing a blazer is making too much money, when that's not the case. It's just that they're used to me, like they've seen me. That's not the case. they've seen me as zero. And that's why, like, you know, when people see you like start off no clothes, no nothing, and then when you wear something new that they are not used to, and they feel like, oh, this guy is now he's making money, but I'm not making money. I'm just doing business. You know, I'm just doing business on a daily basis. That's what we do. That's what we do. It's getting cold in here. It's cold, bro. And people like saying, yo, in Africa it's hot. Yo, it's cold. I don't know. I've never been anywhere else. I just know that in Africa it's cold. It's cold right now, especially during from May, June, July, maybe mid-August. And August to September, it's hella windy. Like the dust will blow in your face, and you like have like if you like you have dust mask on your face, right? That's dust mask. Yeah, yeah. I don't know, man. My tongue is just frozen. Whew. But yeah, feel free to comment, say what up on the comment section. Yeah. Big up to everybody watching on YouTube. Big up to everybody watching on Twitch. Big up to everybody watching on TikTok. Yeah. The wave. Mm, that's what it is. And yeah, man. I know most people are on holiday right now. Because even right now, like, it's everybody, even in my country, like, school are coming to close for like a week. There's like a holiday, public holidays and stuff like that. Short school, short term breaks or whatever it is. And yeah, man, big up to everybody uh, for just holding on, man. It's 2025, man. It's like almost end of July. Almost end of July, man. We still here, man. We still here. We still breathing. Thank God. We still have another chance to try to improve our lives, man. Because that's the only thing we all on. Trying to improve our lives and getting better. Getting better, man. And that's the only thing that matters, really. And I'm gonna be here all day, man. Let me know what you guys are on, where you guys are watching from, and how you guys doing. Hope you good, mud. Hope you good, mud. Hope you good, mud. That is crazy. Yeah, hopefully you be good, mud. I hope you good, mud. Wherever you guys are at, man, I hope you good, mud. Yeah, Riri. It's from Riri. I'm calling Rakai Riri. Rakai and Rihanna share like a nickname. A boy named Riri. Yeah, man. I'm just chill. I mean, I'm right now. Like, I'm just chilling, bro. Nothing major happening. I'm just like at work, you know, doing what I do.
Borodale is rising as one of Harare's most desirable suburbs with stunning property. You are lucky to get a state that costs less than 100k. This house belongs to Gibbs and Emily, the Kanyongo family. They both stay in America but managed to build this amazing mansion in Zimbabwe. I managed to get the owner of the mansion and the architect in one place.
During design stage, you should be able to see how your drainage is going to be.
The project is almost done, and what I've noticed is that when you are overseeing the building of such a project,
we here, man. We here, like I said, every single day. We cannot give up through the hard times, through the hardships, man. I know most of y'all like. Let me. I want to show you guys. Like when I say I'm outside, like people don't understand what outside means. Like we outside. Yeah, this is what I'm working out of right now. This is where all my customers come through, and I help them out of here from this place, man. We outside. I'm in Africa right now, just chilling, bro. Not chilling, really, like just like on my hustle, on my grind, just doing what I need to be doing in order to get this whole thing up, right? Yeah, and I do this every single day, man. I don't have an off day. I don't have unpaid. I don't have paid leave days. I don't have off days. I don't have none of that. That's why we working hard. We working hard to get everything properly, get our life structured right, and it's an everyday thing and an everyday grind. Niggas need to be working every single day, man. I want this to be bigger than what it is right now. That's why I'm going in every single day. That's why I'm not giving up on myself. That's why I'm like, yeah. That's why I got everything sparking. That's why I'm lighting up everything. Yeah. I'm always like, people always telling me, yo, why don't you go? Like, there's nothing to go crazy over. Dog. I'm just, like, this is like me just grinding, trying to document my life right now. Like, my real life. Like, this is my real life. Like, like, I can't, like, there's no escape. Like, this is my real life, you know? And sometimes it gets hard, and, yeah. And, yeah, they're like, yeah, you thinking like it gets so hard, but you can't give up, bro. You can't give up as long as you still have like uh, a chance to breathe, dog, a chance to change your life, a chance to work this moment right now. As long as I got this moment right now, as long as I woke up this morning and just got to it, things will be in place, dog. Things will fall in place. They say hardship They say hard work trumps everything. Just going in every single day. Every single day. Every single day. Beats, working smart beats, everything. And that's what I'm doing. And it's cold out here. Like it's cold. Like it's really like it gets cold, it gets rainy, it gets like I've been through all these weathers, through these harsh weathers, bro. Like today it's pretty much cold, bro. And we need to I need to go get something to eat. I haven't eaten nothing. I would take you guys with me, but I should take you guys with me. Where's that thing? I need to stand with me. I'm taking you guys with me. I'm gonna get something to eat. Yo, this is actually how this thing should be. I'm here, bro. I'm always out here. What's up? I'm from Botswana, man. I'm from Botswana, dog. I'm in Botswana right now. I'm in Botswana. You see outside. Be outside for real. Be outside. Yo, they haven't opened. It's crazy. If she hasn't opened a shop, it's way crazier outside. Be outside. Be outside. That's why I'm Tyrese. I'm outside, man. I'm in Botswana, chilling. Yo, I've never thought of holding this phone like this. But what the hell? Okay. Why is this nigga looking crazy? Why is this nigga looking? Nah, I'm not from the USA. I'm from Botswana, bro. What I sound American and stuff like that. Everybody's always saying stuff like that. Everybody's always saying stuff like that. I don't know why you guys feel like I sound American. I look American. I don't know. Somebody was saying like I look like who's that nigga? Like Everybody Hates Chris. From Everybody Hates Chris. The guy who's acting Chris. You're from SA. Oh, okay. Big up to you, bro. You. What made you feel like I'm from the USA, bro? Hola. Oti. What made you feel like I'm from the USA? In it, we in it to win it. We in it to win it. We in it to win it. Oh man, there's a cold breeze coming through, bro. You're from SA. My facial expression. Why do you? I look American? Like that's crazy to look American. I look like a gangster? Like that's crazy. What do gangsters look like, bro? I just look like a normal human being, bro. Said I look like a gangster. That's crazy. And I do. I've had like this. My old in one of my old like relationships, right? This other girl told me, he's like, yo, sometimes you come through and you're looking at me like that. And I'm like, dog, how am I looking at you? Like, it's my normal face. The mafia ones. That's crazy. Nah, but that face is just like a normal, like African face. You can find this face anywhere in Africa, bro. In fact, sometimes, yeah, I know what you're talking about. That's why, like, I have people be scared. People be scared to approach me. They're like, yo, dog. Yeah, but you always have this serious face. I'm like, yeah. Because this is real life. We gotta be hella serious. Oh man, this is what Africa will do to you, right? You know, like especially if you're from SA. Like I don't know if people from SA know, but they like everybody in Africa should know, man. Africa will make you like harden the softest people on the planet. uh, I don't know, like, yeah, but I get that a lot. I get that a lot. People saying like I look. Mm. And I've had that like that comment, like for years. Even like I used to go and donate blood, right? Like go and donate blood, because like we have this thing like in our country where, like people just donate blood. They will come, they go around schools asking for people to donate blood and stuff like that. And these guys would tell me, yeah, nah, we don't expect, like, yeah, nah, this guy is the hottest nigga here, like we don't expect this guy to be crying. Uh, and I'm always like, dog, now I gotta pretend like I'm not feeling the pain, dog, of you guys sticking this needle into my arm. It was always like that, like, but like, I'm just I'm just a chill ass person, bro. I've always been a chill person like this, bro. I'm chill when it needs to be chilled, but yeah, the only time like I get like is when I go like, it's when I'm protecting my well-being, myself. When I'm getting to it, that's when like I get like this. I guess that's why I'm looking like, maybe that's why my facial expression is like that, because I'm in my grind, like, when you're out here in the streets, like you have to be like people don't have to take chances, dog. Like, people will try to rob you and stuff like that. And like that comment, this other girl the other day, she was like, because on here people will be asking me, why am I walking away from my office, living it like that with these things out here? People not going to steal from me, and I'm like, nah, nobody's going to steal from me. And she goes like, nah, nobody's going to steal from me because it's you. I'm like, dog, what do you mean? What do you mean it's me? Because I don't understand it. People steal from you regardless for who you are. It's just that like I won't allow it. They know that. I won't allow it. I won't allow it, dog. I don't condone no stealing, especially on me. Like if somebody steals and I'm around, sure, they're gonna have a problem. If somebody steals and I'm around, they're gonna have a big ass problem. I don't wanna lie, people are gonna have a giant ass problem to deal with, because I'm a problem and a half when it comes to me punishing. My mom's, when I was younger, my mom and my dad, they're always telling me, no, Unks, you should stop this fisticuffs thing. Yo, man, I like the blue in the sky. It's beautiful. Fisticuffs, nah, we should stop. Like niggas, like we should stop fighting this. On fight. People shouldn't be fighting at all, bruh. You know. And big up to DDG's cousin for subscribing. To, man. Where's To, man? Usually he's in here, dog. Usually To is in here. He's in the comment section. Oh man, making jokes of me. But hey, big up to To for subscribing to the channel, man. Appreciate that. Um, yeah, man, we rocking. We stay rocking. We've been rocking. I'm hoping nothing changes, I'm hoping nothing changes. I'm hoping we do this for the next millennia. What is millennia? Is it, what is it? For the next decade. I'm hoping we do this for the next decade and we're able to really grow this business and do new businesses and stuff like that. I'm just hoping, man, we really get to it, bro. I'm just hoping we really get to it, because, yeah. And yeah, most of the time I'm never speaking on here, bro, because I just put the camera over there and I'll be working, helping out people and stuff like that. On and off, I'll be talking to you guys while I'm helping people here, bro. But most of the time I'm just quiet in here, just documenting and stuff like that. And this is way better, like for my health, for my mental, for my mental health. It's way better for me to document than it is for me to react. Because after reacting, after doing all that work, and somebody doing all that work, and you don't push nothing. No, I'm not in Gabs. I'm in Francistown. I'm in the other city of Botswana. I'm not in Gaborone. You know Gaborone, Gaborone. I'm not in Gaborone. Yeah, I'm not in Gaborone. I'm in Francistown, or near Francistown at least. I'm in this place called Tatisaidi near Francistown. It's just chilled ass place. Hey. Oh, they. I'm in this place called Tatisaidi and near Francistown, the other side of Botswana, man. Near the Zimbabwean border. Near the Zimbabwean border. Yeah, I know Bobonon, dog. My cousins are from there. I got family out there. I got family out in Bobonong. I got family out in Bobonong. I got family out like Bobonong, Larala, like Sefope. Like I'm just naming places around Bobonong, dog. Pequay. I got family out there, bro. Them niggas hating on me, but hey, neither here nor there. Yeah, I know them places. I've been to those places. Terrence. I know Bobonon, bro. I got family out there. Like I said, I got a bunch of family out there, bro. Cousins from out there, aunts, you know. My dad's older sister is married from out there, from out in Bobonong. You've been to Bobonong. Gio. Where's T.O., bro? Oh, man. I don't want to check you guys. What? What do you mean? I've never left to go. To put it in the right view, I've never been out of Botswana. I've never been outside our borders. That's how much it is. I've never been outside these borders, the Botswana borders. Like I've never been outside the Botswana borders. That's how crazy it is. I know how you guys feel, but the Americans don't feel like that. They tell me clean, oh no, you sound African. You guys are the only ones who feel like I sound American. In Botswana, is only in Botswana where people feel like I sound American, because Americans feel like I sound African. They tell me now that you have that African tone. You know the tone that they're talking about, that they're always enacting in movies and stuff. That's how I sound to them. They are always telling me. They always tell me every time they come in here. The Americans are always telling me, "Yo, you from Africa? You from Africa?" And I wonder why, like, these guys are trying to make us sound like that when we genuinely don't sound like that. Yeah. The humor is crazy. Yeah. I'm just saying, like, what I'm always thinking though. Like, I wonder, like, why, like, all these movies they make us sound, yo, the son, I'm from Africa, and they're making like these R's sound like Africa. Like, dog, we don't say it. We say Africa, just like y'all. What? Then I'm tired of Africans pretending like we should sound a certain way. Mm. So, yeah. So I'm at it every single day, bro. Mm. Erra, lete. Erra. Mm. So I'm always at it, man, every single day, bro. These guys are having a problem. You see, oh, let me show you. Terrence, you see I'm in Botswana. This is how, like, I'm trying to tell you, like, I'm outside. You see, guys, like, that's a Botswana plate. You see this a Baja thing. We outside for real. I want you guys to understand, like, I'm outside. Like, I'm in Botswana. It's not me. I'm not pretending to be anything I'm not. I'm just being who I am. You know, and like that's what I'm saying. Like when I was doing reaction videos, man, I swear that thing was wrecking my head, dog. My mental health was down the drain because of the reactions, because of the animated state that I was in. But with this, Sabaha, it's like a guest house. Sabaha guest house. It's written guest house. Yeah, even if you look it up on the net, because you're on the net, if you look up Sabaha guest house, you'll get yeah, it'll come up because they have like a website and stuff like that. Yeah, like I'm outside for real. It's crazy. This morning, like it's like almost 9. No customers have come through, and it's a holiday in Botswana, right? I know people are gonna come through like at 12. I know. I know my people. I know, and it's cold outside. They're sleeping right now. People be sleeping. Nobody's thinking about doing nothing to do with printing or anything like that. You know? Yeah. I might have to catch up with because I have to. There's like I'm working on like a website, like web an e-commerce store type thing, something like Amazon or something like something like Amazon. That's what I'm currently working on. I might have to get to coding and stuff like that. I just have to get to coding. Ooh. Hola, hotelidad. Ya, ya. What's upload of guy? Oh, Congo's girl. More ready. Okay. Ya go again, beat the guy. It's time with the guy. Eh, kana wana la wa upload yung phone mo. make it sound less than the head is in it.
AP.
That would be true.
MEP, AP, 36. Ke sa tse ke ira sengwe. What's our website again?
I want to keep something. AP 1002681 again. On God. I wanna keep something. Then
10 letter
on God. 2025.
They send it.
Yeah,
no.
No, I cannot go and like.
That's the number.
Number out, number out,
7875
7875
3560.
60.
Kita ka buka.
Or get 10 bucks for the internet. Taka 20 bucks.
Go and I get offer letter. Thank you.
Yo, those equipment are expensive, bro. Which equipment, dog? Yeah, everything is expensive, dog. Everything is expensive in life. Life itself is expensive, bro. Broski. Bueno, avanzar aquí. None here, I don't care. Hey! Hey, yeah! I'm eating really hot samosas. It's crazy. It is expensive. saying is someone who says it's really hard. Mm.
The story begins with the main character, Harvey, driving in a car. When his driver asks him why he always carries 2 scripts with him, Harvey replied with a slight smile that he did it in case he ever lost one. The interlocutor found this funny and noted that Harvey was always so prepared. Then he suggested that they go and eat. When the conversation ended, Harvey's expression changed. He realized that the real reason was completely different. In fact, there were 2 reasons behind his habit. One was intended for those around, to create an appearance. As Harvey placed his hand on the script lying nearby, a system window with a message appeared in front of his eyes. It said that the drama trained to youth could be absorbed, with the possibility of continuing the process. A faint smile appeared on Harvey's lips. However, the second scenario was no longer for the eyes of others. It existed exclusively for himself, so that he could absorb it. Meanwhile, the hero arrived at L&K Studios, where the team's leader, Patrick, was talking to the director about casting Miller. He became concerned about the early start time for filming, but the conversation soon turned tense as the director accused them of ignoring him. Patrick calmly denied the accusation, but the conversation ended without being completed. Meanwhile, Harvey had already arrived at the studio, mentally preparing himself for another difficult day. Suddenly, someone noticed his presence and noted to themselves how often Harvey appeared here. Without wasting any time, Harvey walked up and greeted the man. Then he asked if there was any news. In response, the dark-haired man, Hunter, sighed loudly. He pointed the hero to a huge stack of scripts with upcoming projects for the first half of the year. Their numbers were truly staggering. Curiosity got the better of him, and Harvey asked to see them. Hunter didn't see a problem with this, believing that no one would run away from reading the script. Thanking Hunter, Harvey began to leave. Watching him, the interlocutor thought to himself that such a hard-working person really deserves recognition. The scripts that the hero looked through featured a variety of genres. There were romances, historical dramas, thrillers, all waiting for actors to breathe life into them. But none of these projects seemed like a real possibility to him. The reason was obvious. Valuable scripts would never be entrusted to extras who only get one short close-up in morning dramas. Yet just being around these scenarios gave Harvey enough motivation to keep moving forward. Suddenly, the silence was broken by a commotion. The famous actor Miller expressed dissatisfaction with the fact that he was again offered a role in a romantic story. It was clear from his voice that he wanted to play in a thriller. The employee tried to convince him that, regardless of the genre, it was still the main role. But the actor was not satisfied with this. He wondered how many more romantic dramas he would have to play if his goal was to demonstrate his acting skills in more intense projects. Harvey watched the proceedings, noting to himself how different the fates of the actors could be. Some were desperate for even the slightest chance of getting a role, while others might dismiss such opportunities without even thinking twice. It was this difference that separated the nameless extra from the rapidly rising star. At one point, Miller's gaze went straight to Harvey. The hero felt awkward under such a close gaze. Thoughts started spinning in his head, and then the hero began to think about the actor's identity. He remembered how they had once started out together as interns, but now lived in completely different worlds. Everything that was happening seemed to him like some kind of provocation, which was not worth reacting to. The answer would only give the opportunity to laugh at him. So the best option was to simply leave, not allowing Miller's pride to grow any bigger. However, before he could leave, something unexpected happened. A faint glow emanated from his hand, and a system notification immediately appeared before his eyes. It confirmed that the script for Train to Youth could be absorbed. It dawned on Harvey that he was holding that very script. But before he could fully comprehend it, Hunter's voice brought him back to reality. He asked the hero why he froze in place. Then, without hesitation, He asked permission to take the script of Train to Youth into the rehearsal room for a while. Once there, he experienced a real shock when several system notifications flashed before his eyes at once. Everything that was happening seemed surreal, but each new message confirmed that it was reality. One of them particularly caught his attention. It said that absorbing the script would allow him to fully inhabit the character with absolute precision. The thought of this impossibility did not leave him, but it was pointless to deny the potential of the new skill. If this ability was truly real, if he could play roles flawlessly, then everything that previously seemed unattainable could now become possible. Without delay, Harvey began the takeover process. The character's emotions, the author's intentions, and every little detail poured into his consciousness, as if they were his own memories. When the process was completed, a strange reaction followed. The lines from the script began to flow from his lips easily and naturally, with such depth, as if he had actually become the hero of the novel. It was as if scenes from the film Train to Youth appeared before his eyes. Harvey never imagined that absorbing the script would give him such incredible acting skills. Then the idea took hold in him that from the moment he absorbed the script, everything had changed. The ability to play with absolute precision felt like the role had always belonged to him. The source of this strange, movie-like ability remained a mystery, but one thing was certain. Before, awards, recognition, and invitations to ceremonies seemed unattainable, and all he could do was watch other people's success from the sidelines. But now, for the first time, success seemed real. He thought about the difficulties of life as a budding actor. Unlike idols, there were few like him, and they didn't have big production companies behind them. Harvey believed that chasing a debut through company support was not as important as seizing the rare opportunity to audition. However, in auditions and agency decisions, certain roles always seemed pre-assigned, and he failed to enter these closed circles. But now he felt that everything could change. Approaching the team leader, he asked if he was free. In his mind, Harvey recognized Patrick, the head of the first management team, as the man through whose hands all of L and K's rising stars had passed. Then Harvey reminded about the vacant roles in Trains to Youth and asked if the casting was finished. Patrick then asked if he was interested in the project, and Harvey confirmed his interest. Then Patrick reminded him that Miller had already been cast as the lead in Train to the Young, and Harvey recalled their shared past days when they were both unknown to anyone. He thought Patrick might be wary of the potential for tension between them, but Harvey didn't see a problem with that. Then Patrick asked what role he was looking for. Harvey chose Chris, a classmate of the main characters, a minor but important character who appeared in all 16 episodes. Patrick noted that Harvey was genuinely passionate about acting, but still expressed doubts about whether the role would be too difficult for him at this stage. He noted that the character required constant on-camera presence and had a lot of lines, so Patrick advised Harvey to start with smaller roles to gradually build his confidence in front of the camera. But despite this advice, Harvey insistently asked for a chance to audition, determined to give it his all as if it were his last chance. Patrick eventually agreed, and Harvey felt grateful for the chance, just as Larry walked into the room, casually mentioning that he was also going to audition.
Where's my keys, bro? This nigga is really here. This nigga is really dedicated. problem.
Audition for Train to the Young and, as it turned
Yeah.
out, for the same role of Chris. Seeing Larry, Harvey thought about how, in just 2 years since his debut, he had already become a promising newcomer who was actively promoted by the L&K agency. Larry extended his hand to him, adding that now they would have to compete. Harvey agreed, but he thought that Larry hardly took him seriously as a competitor. He understood perfectly well that for people like him, who spent their days in the office or the gym without ever getting a single shot, Larry was a man from a completely different world. However, this time things were to be different. Harvey had fully mastered the script and deeply felt the world of Train to Youth. This thought made him smile and prepare for the upcoming fight. Harvey noted that a total of 7 people auditioned for the role in Train to the Young, including himself. Among them, Larry had already established good connections, often appearing in cameo roles in KTN weekend dramas and daily soaps. Because of this, he was often offered roles without any auditions. Approaching Harvey, Larry asked him if he had prepared well, and the hero replied that he had prepared only a little, and Larry commented that Harvey must have had a lot of time to rehearse, while he himself had not even had time to properly read the script due to filming. A girl standing nearby asked curiously if everyone present was a candidate for the same role, but the man next to him explained that they were candidates for different roles. The casting director soon arrived and, after examining the assembled group, he noted their impressive appearance. The man with glasses confirmed this and said that the actors were indeed handsome. The casting director then told everyone to go inside and wait their turn. Patrick then handed Harvey a section of the script. He praised him for his neat makeup, advising him not to be nervous, and to start by reading the scene in question. The girl then asked what the text was, and the man explained that it was a passage for a designated scene, and, since the schedule was seriously behind, they decided to skip the free acting improvisation, focusing only on the characters' lines. He added that the director had been holding auditions non-stop since 9 in the morning, so they needed to be understanding about it. Upon hearing this, the girl expressed surprise and disappointment because she had been preparing the improvisation for so long. Larry then asked anxiously if he needed to memorize the text, but Patrick reassured him, saying that reading from a sheet of paper was much better than learning it poorly and getting confused. The candidates began to feel unsure as they discussed who the lines were addressed to and how best to deliver them. At this point, Harvey tried to calm down, deciding that if he didn't worry, he could cope. The casting director announced the start of auditions and called Chelsea first. However, her performance ended in just 5 minutes, and as she left, she noted with annoyance that she was not even allowed to show the acting improvisation she had prepared. Patrick tried to console her by suggesting that she had performed well anyway. Larry left the room in high spirits and announced that some roles had already been approved, and that Miller would definitely play the main character. Patrick, noticing Larry's satisfied look, assumed that his audition had been a success. Larry added that the director recognized him from the TV series Powerful Sam Bach, which probably played a role. However, he said with a rather smug look that it was just a trifle. At that moment, the casting director invited Harvey. Before entering, the employee wished him luck. Harvey reminded himself that the main thing now was not to get nervous. Inside the hall, a man sitting at a table asked whether the hero had received the text, and he answered in the affirmative. Seeing that he did not have the script in his hands, the man wondered if he had forgotten it, but Harvey explained that he had memorized the entire passage. The man said that if necessary he could look at the text and gave the signal to begin, and Harvey said that he would begin with the 3rd episode at the 25th minute. The man gave him the lead-in about whether Chris was right for Sally. Harvey began his scene by refuting this notion and emphasizing that Sally never judged people by their money. The man then asked to skip to episode 4 at the 33rd minute mark and play the scene where Chris loses his temper. Harvey continued, sharply accusing Lester of speaking out of a sense of inferiority. He demanded that they stop taking out their anger on others. While he was playing, the woman sitting at the jury table watched him with obvious interest. She remembered a line from the 1st episode about the pain of separation manifesting itself as a physical state, and noticed that Harvey had added a slight twitch of the eyelid to the scene, like a reflexive blink at moments of peak emotion, and she wondered if that was a conscious choice on his part. Harvey replied that he didn't know what image the writer had in mind, so he decided to express it in his own way. The woman was delighted to hear this, and admitted that this was exactly the detail she had in mind when she wrote the scene. Then another man asked when Harvey had managed to learn the entire text. Harvey said that he had memorized it 2 days ago. The man was amazed, since the full script up to the 4th episode had only been sent to agencies 2 days earlier. It turned out that Harvey had learned 4 episodes plus the audition clip in just 1 day. Then the man asked another question. whether he could cope if there were more texts or if the character was significantly changed, and the hero confidently assured that he could. Then the man said that the audition was over. As Harvey walked out, the man turned to the casting director and asked in surprise where such an actor had suddenly appeared from. The casting director, no less amazed, noted that Harvey had made his debut quite a long time ago, but for some reason had gone unnoticed until that day. The woman, still under the impression, said with a smile that everyone was probably thinking the same thing. The director then decided to completely rewrite the script, making Chris the central figure. Now the story was to be built around a secondary character who bore the weight of the main role. After the audition was over, Harvey went outside where Lindsay was already waiting for him. This was the protagonist's colleague, and he was also not very lucky. When Lindsay met him, he put his hand on his shoulder and asked how the audition went. Harvey replied that everything felt exactly the same as before. In his opinion, nothing had changed. Lindsay laughed, remembering how they used to audition together in the old days. At that moment, Harvey thought about the fact that Lindsay had not left acting because of a lack of talent. In fact, if everything was determined only by ability, Lindsay would have been better than both himself and Miller. The real reason for Lindsay's departure was the lack of so-called
big day, man. Day 64. Let's get
Lindsay
it.
admitted that if he had known then how boring his current life would turn out to be, he might have tried to hold on to his dream of acting longer. Harvey advised him to drink in moderation, but Lindsay merely remarked that seeing the hero before him brought him relief, as if the realization that his own sacrifice and the abandonment of his dream had not been in vain. He said that being able to buy Harvey a drink now gave him a sense of peace. Lindsay added that no one can defeat someone who is patient, and seeing Harvey continue to persevere made him believe that one day he would succeed. The hero thanked him, but Lindsay brushed him off, saying that it all sounded too cloying, and suggested that they just have a drink. Sitting there, Harvey reflected on how there were no easy paths in life, and pursuing an acting career seemed like a walk down an endless dark tunnel with no hint of light in sight. Lindsay then changed the subject and asked if Harvey thought he was still stealing the show. But Harvey replied that nothing had changed. Lindsay then reproachfully called one man ungrateful, recalling how he had once said that they should support each other, but had completely changed as soon as he achieved success. Harvey advised him to forget about it and leave it all in the past, but Lindsay's anger did not subside, so Harvey eventually suggested that he go out for a smoke to cool off a little. In his thoughts, the hero admitted to himself that, despite the lack of desire to criticize Miller's success, he also sometimes wondered why he had changed so much. Lindsay then lit a cigarette and offered it to Harvey, who declined, explaining that he had quit smoking. Lindsay then brought the topic of auditions back to him and asked if Harvey had auditioned for Train to the Young. Harvey replied that it seemed to have gone well. Then Lindsay noted the confidence in his voice and asked who would play the lead role. Harvey said that Miller will be the lead actor, Ingrid will play the female lead, and Kendrick will play the second male character. He added that the series will probably have good ratings. These words surprised Lindsay, who asked if Harvey had been sent to meet Miller and what the real reason was. Harvey didn't go into a long explanation, just thinking to himself that he was tired of Miller's success and the fact that he himself was constantly being ignored. He knew he had to use his strange ability while it still remained with him, because he no longer had the right to be selective. Checking his phone, Harvey saw a message from his general manager, reminding him to take every chance he got to audition. He realized that in the L&K company, the system that once worked smoothly was now completely out of order. Despite the debut, his name was still not on any major portal. His experience was limited to a few university workshops, minor roles in the theater, and a couple of commercial productions. And he felt like nothing more than a useless cog. When Harvey arrived at the office,
What's up?
he overheard his
I'm
colleagues
good. I'm great,
discussing
man. I'm great. The license agency, what's up? I'm great. I'm just chilled. I'm just chilled doing what I do, man. What up with you? How you doing? How you doing, Mud? It's cold out here. That's the only thing that's... But hey, that's weather. There's nothing we can do about that. We're gonna keep getting it no matter what. No matter if it's cold, raining, hot, no matter what. So I'm wearing a jersey and a jacket. we saying? So you doing? I've been looking at the weather going crazy, and they saying, how you doing? How you doing? Yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah. Gotta take it to the top. Any means necessary. Hope never ever stop. Oh, take it to the top. On the top of classic. Hola. But people don't fucking understand. Emma. Okay. How about that thing? Okay. Everything's great, man. It's a Monday. It's beautiful, man. I'm handsome as shit, and yeah, I'm handsome as hell. And yeah, man, we still living, you know. Oh man, we still living though, man. I mean, we might be broke, but hey, we still living. We still living. I'm so handsome. I'm broke as hell. So that's it, dog. That's we're as great as we can be, bro. As long as we woke up this morning just to do what we do, you know? Cause we never give up, yeah? We never give up. Giving up means giving up on yourself, so I would never give up, bro. I never give up. I remember when this channel was at 0 subscribers, 0 everything, 0 views, 0 everything, and I want to see it growing more than this, more than like we have grown right now, 100 times more. Yeah, that's where I want to see this at. Do you guys' mustache ever get like itchy? For some reason, my mustache is itchy right now. The reason why I got my hands in my pockets is because it's cold. It's cold. We're going in. We going in. We ain't trying to flex. We're not flexing. There's no flex. It's just hard work.
Patrick noted with a smile that he had been really looking forward to Harvey's arrival. Then he walked up to him and handed him the coffee. After that, he invited the hero to go to the restroom. At that moment, Larry approached him. He congratulated him on successfully passing the audition. Harvey thanked him, and Larry immediately went to film. Following Patrick, Harvey thought that if he didn't have his ability, he would probably be wearing the same mask of hidden envy on his face right now. The man noticed that Harvey looked different than when he was talking to Larry. He added that he seemed really happy now, and seeing his smile was pleasant for him too. Then the hero, immersed in his thoughts, wondered why he felt such satisfaction. For the first time, he realized that even Larry and Miller were no different from himself. It pleasantly surprised the hero and even made him blush a little. When he heard that the director was going to rewrite the script, changing the character as well, Patrick was surprised to suggest that the director had probably noticed the character's talent. Then Harvey laughed and thanked him for those words. Suddenly, Chelsea walked into the office, loudly expressing irritation, worrying that her character might be cut. Her colleagues tried to calm her down, but she didn't listen. At this moment, the hero seemed to pretend that he was not there at all. Approaching Harvey, she asked to speak to him alone. At first, the hero did not react to her request, but he agreed. On the street,
Hola. Ara sono na le off mo nei. Go thata. Go thata. Are sentse re le mo mathateng sentse re pushela go ithella mathata a hela. No, ba chekiwa. Ke bua le bona almost on a daily basis. Mo phone. Ara ka nna di off re to na le mathata. Ka o bolela. La ke re mathata a rena hana di off. Lo nna ara sono. We get it. Ndora sa ranyala se skana ga. No, batata. Bona batata hela. Maybe khati. E tsora phekela no ga go re tswa go le tsedi ya se. Ya ba go na mo gore mo.
Chelsea begged Harvey to ask the director to keep her role, claiming that he was clearly interested in her. Harvey, confused, asked where she got that from. The girl explained that everyone was talking about how strong his final audition was, which is why the script and roles were now being completely rewritten. She asked him to say at least one word in her defense to the director, suggesting that he could at least recommend her for the role of classmate from Rich Family Number 1. As she spoke, a memory came to mind that Harvey wished he could forget. He said that the script belongs to the writer and director, and he himself has no power to change anything. While he recalled how he once asked Miller for a small role, and what he answered him then, Harvey then wondered if she was implying that he should take responsibility for her having to
He's like, y'all like cutting my internet for what, bro? Why would you niggas cut my internet, bro?
Claiming that he was clearly interested in her. Harvey.
Yo, what's up? License agency. Yo, are we still up? Mala. Tsamaya straight ka tsela lo eta chopisi le heta le okay star se se tona se se le ba le tsela sele a body YouTube ke khota the next one ke clinic then e gore primary e be le e gore chopisi e be le ntse le tsamaya straight. It's right on MOT junction in Kobohelo. A gona mathata. Right on the T junction. Let's go. Yeah. Dog. These ISPs, dog, they cut my internet for what? Maybe they're cutting my internet because I'm downloading Call of Duty. I'm downloading Call of Duty. Now let me see if Call of Duty is finished downloading. I'm feeling the download power. I'm giving them that power. Yeah, that power. I want Valorant. Valorant. Is that what they call it? Valorant. I don't want to pronounce it wrong. That's what I'm looking for though. Let me see. Let me see my library. This is Call of Duty. 86% ish done almost. Okay. Yeah, then afterwards we're jumping into Inside, huh? We're gonna jump onto Call of Duty. Maybe not now, but hopefully later. Yeah. Uh what football thingy should I be downloaded? Should I download? I want like a football game that I should download, maybe play on here. Maybe FC. eFootball. Yeah, I think I might jump into Roblox. I'll be chilling. Hey man, I'm still hungry, dog. It's crazy how hungry I am right now. Smashity smash that likey likey. Smashity smash that likey likey. That's me, right? That's me just having fun with you niggas. But like for real though, smashity smash that likey likey. Smashity smash that likey likey.
Confused, asked where she got that from.
Yeah, man, I'm checking
Girl
out a
explained
couple of
that everyone was
memoirs.
talking about how strong his final audition was.
Which memoir you guys watching? What should I be looking at? You guys watch memoirs, like some anime. Which memoirs do you guys watch? Right now we're just out here, dog, all day, man. It don't matter even if people don't come here at all. What matters, like one thing I've came to realize. You know what matters? What matters is you doing the actual work. That's what matters. Like even the live stream, like it don't matter if people don't watch it. Did you live stream? That's the question. Did you live stream for 10 hours? That's like the question that's always gonna be there. Did you put in the 10,000 hours? Did you do that? And that's my question always. That's why I'm trying to do like more than 10 hours. I'm trying to do 10 hours during the day, and at night do like maybe 6 to 8 hours. Probably gonna have like a downtime of sleep time of like 4, maybe 3 hours tops. I don't know. Whatever it is, gonna get whatever it takes, man. If we die in the process, we die in the process. We were doing what we wanted to do, right? Yeah. And it's not like, right now, like just because it's not hundreds of thousands of people watching me, it doesn't mean I'm not doing what I want to do. I am live streaming. I want to live stream. I want to make content. I do this content thing on a regular basis, on an everyday basis. Like I am determined every single day to do this content thing, regardless of who says what, when. What matters is that I did the job. I did the job that I set myself out to do. I set myself up to wake up every single day and go hustle. Set up a little store by the roadway. I did that, and I do this every single day. I come here, I wake up, I bath, I do all these things, getting ready to. Yeah, I always make sure even the equipment is ready for me to work. I make sure no matter what happens, I get things done. Right? I get these things done. And like the only person you're getting things done for is yourself, bro. It's yourself. Like don't ever feel like when you're not gonna do something because people are, dog, do everything that you can. That's the only thing that matters. Doing stuff is the only thing that matters actually. Because if, for example, like if you're like a student like I am, I'm a student. I'm making sure that I'm studying every single day. I'm studying every single day things that have to do with whatever I'm learning or whatever qualification it is that I'm getting at this present time. I make sure that I go in every single day. I study all the material. I do the work. I do, I submit my work to lecturers and stuff like that. And in my personal life, personal capacity, I make sure that I'm putting my head down and I'm going to work every single day. Regardless of what happens, who get what, I'm inside every single day. Regardless, I'm inside. And that's what matters. The work that's going to be done.
Which is why the script and roles were now being completely rewritten. She asked him to say at least one word in her defense to the director, suggesting that he could at least recommend her for the role of classmate from Rich Family Number 1. As she spoke, a memory came to mind that Harvey wished he could forget. He said that the script belongs to the writer and director, and he himself has no power to change anything. While he recalled how he once asked Miller for a small role, and what he answered him then, Harvey then wondered if she was implying that he should take responsibility for her having to audition again. In response, Chelsea screamed, accusing him that it was indeed his fault. She stated that he had overdone it, memorizing the text obsessively just to stand out. Harvey then thought she was hopeless. When she asked him what he meant, he replied that she had never really prepared for an audition in her life. If her character was cut during the script revisions, it only meant that she had failed to prove her indispensability. He added that he at least thought she knew her place, and then turned around and left. Back in the office, Patrick noticed that everything that had happened was written all over his face, and assumed that Chelsea was simply being greedy and jealous. He advised Harvey to try to understand her, and then, changing the subject, asked where they had left off. Harvey reminded them that the conversation was about the director. The man confirmed, naming the director Axel, and adding that this time he really needed a hit. Harvey thought about director Axel, knowing that if the project failed, he might be reduced to making weekend dramas or working in the planning department, and wondered if the director's position had really been undermined by the low ratings. But Patrick explained that it was not about the contracts, since they were permanent. The thing was, changing the script for Harvey's sake only proved the director's impulsive nature. Many actors complained about him, and there would probably be many unplanned text changes during filming. Harvey reflected on how some actors lose screen time out of necessity, while others have lines added because the number of episodes is limited and characters can't be completely written out of the plot, but their importance can be minimized. Patrick then noted that the director invariably encounters conflicts with the leading actors on every project, but at the same time continues to be considered a master of his craft. Harvey then asked if the director personally chose Miller for the lead role. The man replied that the company also had some influence on this choice, after which he asked why Harvey was asking. Harvey just thought that he suspected as much. In his opinion, the director was unlikely to have made the choice on his own. It's likely that an upstart like Miller was added to the project so that the company could recoup the losses from his failed film with the help of this drama. Knowing Miller's proud nature, Harvey wondered how long he could last under the guidance of an old-fashioned and capricious director. After this thought, he stood up and, deciding that it did not concern him, left.
No need
Soon
to
the
trap
first day
it.
of script reading arrived. Harvey looked at Miller and noticed his tense demeanor. It then became clear to him that, despite Miller's recent claims that acting in a romantic drama was easy, he probably hadn't even had time to properly read the script. Suddenly, a system window appeared in front of Harvey, notifying him that the content from a drama called Train to Youth had already been consumed. Suddenly, the casting director entered the room and asked if everyone was present. Since this was the first reading, he asked everyone to briefly introduce themselves. He asked each actor to introduce themselves in turn and tell a little about themselves. Miller gave his name and said he would be playing Usher. Next, a girl named Ingrid introduced herself as the actress playing Sally and expressed her joy at the opportunity to work with everyone. Harvey then introduced himself as the new actor cast in the role of Chris, adding that the role is much bigger than his current capabilities, and so he will always approach it with deep humility. The casting director began reading the first episode. The scene took place in the spring of 2009 and introduced the main character, Asher, who, despite his poor background, was full of determination. On the other hand, Chris, a high school student, enjoyed privileges thanks to his congressman father. Between them was Sally, a schoolgirl who became the first love for both of them. Ingrid read out her line, expressing hope that the two boys would become friends again. In response, Miller noted that his character reminisced about his friendship with Chris, admitting to himself that he was so blinded by it that he stopped noticing everything around him. He said that no one belittled him for his background in his class, but even among them he was an outcast. Even though he was friends with a rich man like Chris, they lived in different worlds. Harvey realized that this scene was key to the first episode, and that it was with this that he began his filming. The casting director then approached Miller, asking him to reenact the scene, but this time hiding his emotions. Miller seemed confused when he heard his request. The director then explained that he was being overly emotional, and since the line was being spoken in front of the and humiliation, but Miller showed only anger, which indicated a superficial understanding of the character. The reading continued, and since most of the actors were experienced, the general atmosphere remained positive. However, a problem soon arose. Suddenly, a man shouted, introducing himself as Chris. It was Kendrick, the second lead actor, who loudly reminded everyone of his role as the second male. Harvey recognized him as a model and thought that he was probably hired only because of his popularity, and although the guy looked attractive, his talent was simply wasted. Then the casting director moved on to the next scene. Harvey wondered if it was finally his turn. The scene took place at the end of the first episode, when his character was visiting Asher at home. Asher was squatting on the floor, looking anxious and nervous, when there was a knock at the door. Miller then turned to Harvey and asked if it was him. At this point, Harvey began to play without a script in his hands. He asked to be let inside quickly, saying that he had something important to talk about.
The way it
Miller looked
is,
at the
ghetto
script and
people do
responded by
anything,
saying that
even
Harvey's
God
character was
live,
talking down to
some
him,
survive.
and asking if he was starting to think of himself as superior. But Harvey calmly countered, denying such intentions, but implying that things could soon change, and accused him of causing trouble. Ingrid, watching Harvey's performance, was amazed at how naturally he got into the role, without even looking at the text. The hero continued, warning Miller not to act arrogantly, and asked how much longer the students would support him. Miller retorted, warning him to be careful. But Harvey coolly finished his part by stating that there was a man who was watching him closely. When the scene ended, Harvey admitted that he had made a mistake. He realized that he had not delivered his lines quite correctly, and apologized to Miller for acting without a script. The blonde, irritated, sharply scolded him and told him to take his time and read the text carefully. The casting director, pleased with the performances of all the actors, thanked them for their diligence. He noted that the script had been unexpectedly reworked, making it more difficult to understand. But at the same time, he praised their deep analysis of the characters. And as a token of gratitude, he offered to arrange a dinner in a restaurant that same evening. At this time, Patrick was standing outside the door, waiting for the team to come out. He asked how they were doing. The director, clearly impressed, called Harvey a real beast, wondering where such a talented actor came from. However, Miller quietly cursed that this was all complete nonsense. Then Patrick asked the director to let the two of them go with him for a while. At this point, Miller angrily approached Harvey, accusing him of thinking he was untouchable just because he had passed one audition, and asking if he was crazy. Harvey then calmly asked why Miller was blaming him for his own lack of preparation. Miller became even more furious. He began to yell at the man, reminding him how Harvey had once begged to be taken on the project, and now behaved arrogantly, having barely passed the casting. He vented all his anger by stating that this was precisely why he never wanted to work with unknown people. Harvey was silent, thinking. Now he understood why Miller always ignored him. Those who tasted success inevitably began to consider the lives of those who did not achieve this success insignificant. Miller continued to shout insults, but Harvey silently turned and walked away. He thought about how Miller probably looked like a plague, capable of infecting everyone with her failure just by her presence. The thought seemed disgusting to him, but he was sure that this was the real reason for Miller's behavior. Soon Harvey entered the restaurant, where the rest of the team had already gathered. They called him over and he came over, asking for tongs and offering to take over for someone at the grill. A few minutes later, Miller reappeared in the room, now a little calmer. The others invited him to join, noticing that the meat on his table was not even fully cooked. But Miller declined, citing a slight stomachache. Someone present noted that the leading actor should sit directly opposite the director, calling his behavior rude and ill-mannered. People wondered if he always behaved like this, and noted that such an attitude at the very beginning of the job did not bode well. Harvey then responded that he himself was not close with either Miller or the director. He thought about how small the show business really is in Korea. In his opinion, the disappearance of a popular actor, or the sudden rise of a newcomer on all three major TV channels at once, began with precisely such unnoticeable details. Harvey remembered his senior colleague Mira, who came across as someone with a quiet confidence and clear expectations of her junior colleagues. He thought that if he could win the favor of such a veteran, then the further path would become much easier. Realizing that he had succeeded, he decided that he had a very good start. At this point, the director...
No, easy. Oh, everything here. Drop and shit. Yeah, man. Yo, what are today, dog? Ma? Camera change ya. What's it your? What's it? What did I wash in? What do you see the man? You want to switch? I want to put on a man. I want to put on a lay. What's it your? I never too. Oh man, you want to see me? Camera ya computer ramona hai wana shop. Hola. Ma Ezra, what's up? Ya kawo. O thing. O te later. How you doing? Okay. I see you. I see you. Huh? Yeah, you're feeling good. You're fine. Okay. That's great. That's great. Yeah. Ekwano go maru le. Yeah. Ah, wana bila ko mona agona la le maru ko ha? Eh, kwano mona go maru go serame go phiho everything. Yeah. Ke buile tha mona ka nna mara nna mo re le mo tseleng hela. Ke buile ile ke theogetse. Ma bani in the afternoon, ma bani ka bo 3. Ya utswala. Ta si amalik dag. Yeah. Mai tsi ba to osa khomi go a go te hayo go le bothoko. But you looking good. Nah. Yes, you. Who else am I talking to? Yeah. Ma? What the hell? Yeah, Mama is right. Ma? Batu bata later come. They do say a couple of people in the morning. Yeah. I can have my whole problem is I just told really. Batu bantatela kumuzi. That's the biggest problem. So I just tell really people no. I tell really batu bata knock at my door. So I don't want that. Ito itobo kaya lam tawa toge. Ja bonor ko thaisa ko. Jawona. What on not tsadi painkiller before. Gore o se ka utlwa botlhoko. Ke a go tshwara. Yeah. Gape o ntse o ema lebaka ka nako a ta o thapisa nako o tshwanetse gore maitsebo a bedi omile. Ke a go tshwara. Mme mona ka kwa mona go le blue skies yalo mona o so gore go kano mona nna re bolwa ke serame se sengwana se boisegang kana. Bona like I'm wearing like 2 jerseys. I'm wearing like a blazer. Ma? Go ngwatata cause ko jabs ne go le maru le ko mahalape le ko bophalape ne go le maru yesterday. Ebile ko mahalape le phalape ko ne go le a ebe le go le tsididi go eta gongwe le gongwe like seram se ke se feelang gompieno ke sene ke se feela ke le ko bophalape mara ka re go July yana ya ka hela yana re tsena mo kgwedi engwe e borai. Ya diphio ta betswa ke lerole gore go thengwa hela a ka se kene re tshwanetse re maapela ke di-mask itse go ta di-gas mask lerole la teo ithe le lentsi. Ma? Yeah, o hedile nna la ke sa go uto a reng yana ka re ga ke uto a reng. Yeah, no re ke ta go letsa later. Sharp. Handsome ass nigga.
Director addressed everyone.
I was talking to this shawty. We've been friends for like this other girl that I've been friends with her for like 2 years. It's crazy.
Them for the work they had done. He called it a great start, and then urged them to continue in the same spirit. The team greeted these words with cheers, and Harvey felt genuine joy. The next morning, Harvey woke up confused and with a heavy head. He tried to remember how much he had traveled the day before. However, something didn't seem quite right to him. The hero soon realized that this was not his dorm at all. His mother entered the room, noticing that he had returned home very late. She added that if it weren't for Lindsay, he would have fallen asleep somewhere on the street in the cold. Then his mother called him down to eat, saying she had made bean sprout soup. Getting out of bed, Harvey noted that some things in life never changed. The debt was still there, but the warmth of their home was still there, as were the strange, unpleasant memories. Approaching the table, he saw his parents, who were already talking about him. His mother asked him if he was worried too much now, noticing that he rarely came home lately, but Harvey replied that he was doing well these days. His mother smiled and said that she felt better, and Harvey looked at her and thought how beautiful she looked, despite her age. He was sure that it was thanks to her that he looked good. Then his mother said that even if he comes home completely drunk, she still enjoys seeing him. She said she had made fried radish and bean sprout soup, and admitted that she considered herself a good mother. She asked him to visit them more often, even if it was only occasionally, because warm, home-cooked dinners together remained a special time. Harvey thought that before he would have considered these words just a pretense, because he had failed to achieve success and considered himself unworthy to look his family in the eyes. But now everything had changed. He told his mother that the mini-series Train to Youth would air on SBC on December 18th at 10 p.m. So now she will see his face much more often. He added that he had passed the casting and hoped that she would be looking forward to the release of the series. Mom was overjoyed and exclaimed with joy, talking about what a wonderful son she had. Seeing her so happy gave Harvey a feeling of deep satisfaction. He realized that it was for this moment that he began his acting career. After this, the woman called all her friends and boasted about her son's achievements. Later, while checking her phone, she noticed that Harvey's name had appeared in the news. He calmly noted that they had merely mentioned his name, but she said that such things should definitely be promoted and talked about. Delighted, she began calling all her friends, happily telling them about her son's success. After that, Harvey entered his room. He prepared to study the scripts that the team leader had handed him the night before, probably while intoxicated. The more he thought about it, the more grateful he felt. He received a total of 3 scripts: Young Mock Artists, A Woman's Cry, and Bus Driver. All of these new films were supposed to start filming later this year. Harvey decided to start with Bus Driver to fully immerse himself in its content. At that moment, a system window appeared in front of him. There was a message that the level of intimacy with the script had reached its maximum, and he now had access to information about the state of completion of unreleased films. Another window appeared with a list of such films and their ratings on a 100-point scale. Harvey wondered if the numbers represented points out of 100 or a percentage of completion, but they clearly indicated a percentage of completion. He picked up the scripts, and immediately several more windows appeared. It turned out that the film Miracle in Prison had a score of 92 out of 100. The Advocate received 96, while Sweet Beginnings Sad Ending had only 45. The first 2 films were considered true masterpieces of Korean cinema, each scoring over 90. Meanwhile, Miller's flop debut film, Sweet Beginnings, Sad Endings, failed to even reach 1.5 million views, receiving only 45. Harvey concluded that the system shows precisely the level of value of the script. Although this did not guarantee box office success, it did allow us to filter out quality projects. He thought he could use the system to evaluate the Train to Youth as well. However, the next notice stated that the takeover does not work with unfinished scripts. This meant that dramas with reworked texts could not be absorbed. Harvey then realized that Train to Youth, like most similar dramas, would most likely fail. Despite this, he began to better understand the principles of how the system worked. After looking at the scripts again, he decided that he should no longer force himself to work on questionable projects. There were plenty of other jobs out there in the world, and all he could do was wait patiently for the right project that he could succeed in. Later, Harvey arrived at L&K's studio and began looking for the team's leader. He noticed him and greeted him warmly, saying that Harvey looked cheerful and rested. He added that he had big news, and Harvey responded with curiosity. At this point, Patrick informed someone on the phone that Harvey had already arrived. A few seconds later, someone else entered the room and greeted Harvey happily. At that moment, the hero turned around and looked at the newly arrived guests in surprise. He noticed...
Yo, gimana Liti? Ya.
Hunter, who came with the girl. Hunter looked at him with a familiar look, saying that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Then Patrick introduced them to each other, adding that these were the people Harvey would be working with from now on. He reminded that Harvey already knew Hunter, who was now working as a tour manager, and Harvey confirmed that he remembered Hunter, but asked who the girl next to him was. The team leader then explained that her name was Juno, that she had recently transferred from another company, and would now be working as Harvey's stylist. He added that he had already given Hunter all the schedule and details, so all Harvey had to do was follow the instructions and listen carefully. Then Harvey, driven by curiosity, asked Hunter if he still performed all of these duties, since he was now a director and no longer had to work as a manager. Hunter explained that there is currently a management shortage in the industry. The salaries in the field are low, the work is difficult, and the entertainment world is not what it seems. However, Hunter admitted that he has no complaints, adding that it has been a long time since he worked on the roads, and now the nostalgia makes the process enjoyable again. At this point, Juno tried to smooth things over a bit by remarking that they probably should have shaken hands when they first met. Harvey introduced himself formally and said he was looking forward to working together. Hunter then suggested moving to another location to discuss further business. Once in the new premises, Hunter handed Harvey some documents, explaining that this was a teaser concept for the upcoming Saturday. He added that the project Train to Youth has planned to shoot a teaser and a poster. Juno explained that she prepared the concept photo after consulting with the leader of the costume team for this project. Hunter clarified that the teaser's concept was built around a train journey, which, while a common idea, suited Train to Youth perfectly. Juno added that the costume design will highlight Chris's character's profession as a journalist, so a simple and modern style was chosen. Hunter shared his thoughts, noting that his words might sound empty, but as he watched Harvey come into the office every day and read his scripts, he began to believe that Harvey would soon begin to shine. Harvey chuckled softly upon hearing this. Hunter then turned to Juno and remembered the way Harvey's eyes lit up while he read the script. He said that despite his attempts to hide it, Harvey was full of ambition. These words surprised Harvey for a moment. However, Hunter immediately assured him that ambition is necessary for a person. Then Harvey asked with a smile how they felt about him now. He wondered if he seemed more ambitious than they expected, or if there was still something missing. Juno replied that she thought he looked happy enough. Now all that was
I might
left for
have
him
to
do
go and
was
get
shine on
another
stage.
ticket.
Hunter
Oh
noted
my
that Juno doesn't
God.
know Harvey well yet, since this is their first meeting, and he himself has known him for many years. He added that he always trusts his intuition. However, Juno gently disagreed with him, saying that she was not so sure about that. And listening to their conversation,
There's so
Harvey
many
felt
ways to
he asked them to
love
stop teasing
you.
him. He noted that both of them were quite funny. In response, Hunter laughed and suggested that they go out for dinner to celebrate Harvey's debut before they went home. And the hero agreed and asked Juno if she would be willing to join. Juno happily replied that she didn't mind. Then Harvey suggested broth soup for dinner. Hunter and Juno simultaneously said that they liked this kind of soup. As they walked out, Harvey thought about how Hunter and Juno had already prepared the perfect scene for him. The teaser shoot was scheduled for the day after tomorrow. As he left with a smile, he thought about how he would now enjoy every moment. The next day, it all started when Hunter noticed Harvey arriving earlier than the appointed time. The man said he was just about to call him in 10 minutes, and Harvey explained that he probably woke up out of inertia. Since it was his first shoot and he was nervous, he asked if Hunter had slept well. Hunter replied that even with all his experience, it was the cool morning air that always seemed most comfortable to him. Then Harvey smiled and got into the car, where Juno was already when she greeted him, and Harvey asked if she was tired. Juno confidently said that she did not feel tired at all. Then Harvey remembered how just 2 days
There's
ago
so
they had gotten
many
so drunk they
ways to
passed out that they
love
both barely
you.
made it home.
I could
The longer
love
he
you
watched her,
all
the more
night
he became
long.
convinced that she
So
was truly an
in
unusual person.
love.
It was only 5 in
Got
the morning, and
you
there were still
far,
4 hours left before filming began. But
finally.
preparation took time. Soon Harvey was fully prepared. Then Juno looked him over and asked him how he
You
liked the
got me
suit,
say,
and Harvey said that he liked it. Hunter chuckled and noted that after Miller and Larry got into trouble, anyone around Harvey would now be eclipsed by his presence. Juno agreed and added that Harvey always looked impeccable, and absolutely everything looked good on him. Hunter noted that Juno also has excellent taste in clothing. He then joked that if he wore the suit himself, he wouldn't look as good, and Juno responded with a smile that it was obvious. Afterwards, Harvey praised Juno, noting that she always knows how to rub salt into the wound. Inwardly, he felt that this
What's
suit was
up?
completely different from his everyday clothes. He immersed himself in his role with every breath. Harvey felt like he was finally becoming his character. For the first time, he began to feel the admiring glances from the outside. After that, they all headed towards the car. Suddenly, Hunter approached the hero. Before getting into the car, he asked if it was time for them to leave. Harvey looked at him with a little surprise at first. Then he agreed, and they got into the car. On the way to the set of Train to Youth, he thought about how strangely he had not been able to fall asleep this morning. Looking out the car window, he noted how the surrounding scenery matched the atmosphere of the drama. Hunter, checking his phone, reported that there were about 20 minutes left before filming began. He asked Harvey what he was going to do, suggesting that they wait a little. However, Harvey decided to go and say hello to everyone. Hunter agreed, saying it was a good idea for a first shoot, and went out with him. Harvey then met the director and greeted him politely, asking how he was doing. The director, pleased, responded warmly, noting that Harvey had arrived early. The hero said that it just happened that way. Afterwards, the man said that Harvey had arrived just in time. Then the director took him by the hand and led him to a certain place. Then he asked the young man to stand there. He looked Harvey over carefully and noted that he looked exactly as he expected. Harvey thought that perhaps the team was especially motivated now that the project was on the brink of elimination. At this time, the director turned around and noticed the newly arrived actors. It turned out it was Ingrid and Kendrick. He greeted them and praised them for their early arrival. Seeing that almost all the actors were already there, the director suggested discussing the storyboard over a cup of hot coffee. At this point, One of the staff members informed the director that one person had not yet arrived. Then the director asked in surprise who it was, and the employee said that Miller was missing. Hearing this, the director was clearly shocked and quickly asked when he would arrive. The employee assured that he would contact the right people right away. He called another team to check whether Miller had reached the shooting location. In response, he was informed that Miller would arrive in 5 minutes. Watching what was happening, Harvey felt an unpleasant feeling of guilt, although he understood perfectly well that in fact the assistant director was not guilty of anything. At that moment, Hunter came up to him and told Harvey not to worry too much. He explained that everything that was happening was just a kind of performance, a demonstration for the team to show. If someone is late, the responsibility may fall on the wrong person in the future. Hunter then added that the actor used to behave differently, but after becoming a presenter, he gradually adopted the bad habits of his older colleagues. Now that filming had long ceased to start at exactly 9 in the morning, he began to believe that the assembly time should be adjusted to suit him. In this way, I trained the entire production team to suit my convenience. Harvey only responded with surprise, wondering to himself why actors had to fight with the production team at all. After all, they could all just work together and support each other. Hunter then noted that when he himself was a newbie, he said exactly the same thing. This phrase caused Harvey a slight surprise. Hunter then added that he was going to go over and talk to the actor. He started yelling at Miller, calling him a stubborn ass, and asked him what he was doing on his first shoot. At this time, Juno joined them and told Harvey not to worry. According to her, it is better to scold someone in the morning than to allow a situation later where the assistant director is punished for something he did not do. She stressed that although everyone appears friendly on the outside, behind the scenes there is always politics and a struggle for influence. Harvey agreed with her and thought about how pathetic the situation was, with employees, managers, directors, and actors all smiling while holding knives behind their backs, each desperately fighting for control. However, he understood that an even more pitiful sight awaited him ahead. A few minutes later, Miller got out of the car. As he put his jacket on, he apologized, explaining his lateness by saying that his manager had taken a wrong turn. He asked where the director was, watching the reaction carefully. The hero, looking at what was happening, quietly asked what this man was trying to do. But Juno noticed that it was just another acting performance. Harvey expressed doubt that such a trick would work, but Juno explained that it would work. The thing is, no one would dare argue with the leading actor when he makes such a spectacular entrance. But Harvey thought differently. He knew Miller had picked the wrong moment. According to Patrick, director Axel was not the kind of person who particularly appreciated actors as individuals. This was a man who, for the sake of art, knew how to deliver directorial blows with special pride and had no intention of changing his methods. Harvey thought that this tactic wouldn't work. At that moment, the director approached, smiling slightly. He greeted the great actor Miller with caustic irony. The man announced that since he had finally deigned to come, they had better start filming before dawn. After all, they didn't want to waste the precious time of such a busy person. Miller didn't understand why the man was behaving so strangely. The director then abruptly reminded Miller that he was late and told him to get ready for the scene. Miller apologized again, explaining that the manager had taken the wrong route. To this, the director responded with a caustic grin that perhaps they should change the navigation system. This unexpected comment made Miller shut up, and Juno, who was standing behind him, couldn't help but laugh. She was amused by the director's outburst and thought that it would be a spectacle worth watching with a bucket of popcorn. Harvey only agreed with her thoughts. However, the girl's behavior still scared him a little. Then the hero thought about what a teaser is. It could be compared to an appetizer before the main course, a small serving designed to arouse the viewer's curiosity. Unlike a trailer, a teaser does not show the actual content, but only creates an atmosphere and intrigues the audience. While the team watched the teaser for the film, they discussed how the video was trending second, and the response was overwhelmingly positive. Everyone noted the high quality of the filming and the brightness of the shots, adding that the production team clearly did not skimp on creating this movie. No one saw any signs of cheap CGI, and everyone agreed that teams working at the level of the film industry were creating projects of a completely different scale. Hunter, pleased with what he saw, placed his hand on Harvey's shoulder and complimented his screen presence. Harvey, smiling, replied that in the video he only appears for a moment behind another character. But Hunter insisted that he was the one who managed to steal the spotlight and asked what it was like to see a teaser of himself trending in real time. A question that Harvey thought about. As a newcomer to Train to Youth, he was only ranked 18th in popularity and knew that it was still a rather modest amount of attention compared to the others. Looking at his phone, he thought how amazing it was to see his own face online. And felt himself being overcome by this feeling of recognition and attention that he had been waiting for so long. For him, it was like falling into a sweet but dangerous temptation. Hunter, looking at the...
I want to watch
It
something
was an
different.
ordinary clear day at one of the city's construction sites, and work was in full swing. One of the workers, a young dark-haired man named Tony, received a...
One day, the gates suddenly opened. The world fell. Monsters...
Dragon Slayer is an academy that exists in the video game our boy loves to play the most. The game has this typical setting where you strive to become a prominent slayer and serve humanity by eradicating the menace from this monster-infested world. By defeating monsters and completing various quests, you can upgrade your in-game character to a force that can rival the gods themselves. And that's exactly what our boy likes about his game. He's been grinding his ass off and raising his heroes to unprecedented heights. After literally raising 1,000 NPC students to S rank, the system prompts him with a special quest, an exclusive quest only he has been able to access so far. With the quest tagged as EX rank, it goes without saying that the loot he's going to gather from this quest will be EX rank too. Sounds lucrative because he can enhance his heroes to EX level, especially since S rank was the highest you could go just until now. As soon as he starts the quest, he finds himself transmigrated into the Dragon Slayer Academy game. Unlike many transmigration stories, this dude isn't even shocked or confused about how the hell he got into this digital world. It's as if getting pulled into the games you love is something that happens every Tuesday. Regardless, he checks his stats, and as expected, his stats currently stand at 0. No skills, no traits, no equipment, literally nothing. Then he's prompted by yet another system message. He's been granted a few special and exclusive traits for his first-time transmigration into the game. There isn't much detail given about what these traits exactly do, but let's hope to find out soon. He's hoping these traits will help him grind, level up, and become the embodiment of strength like he was before. This is where the game officially begins. Another system window prompts him to get ready for the tutorial. He'll have to survive for 10 minutes, and as a reward, he'll be granted the Dragon Slayer Academy new student kit. This puts a smile on his face, as surviving against low-level mobs doesn't even pose any threats. All he has to do is avoid attracting the attention of these mobs and let the 10 minutes pass. It's a strategy he has used in the past, but little does he know, Bro is in for a great surprise. The snarling noises and heavy footsteps echoing can't be from low-level mobs. In the sky, there are literally 2 dragons duking it out. Of course, he accelerates through the forest before he loses his sorry ass in the collateral damage. He can't fucking believe what he just witnessed. 2 S-rank bosses just for a mere tutorial quest sounds ridiculous. Perhaps this unprecedented occurrence is due to the difficulty level being EX. Meanwhile, the fire dragon uses one of his magic abilities and is about to release a massive torrent of fire. The intensity of the attack is so high that if our boy doesn't leave this place, he'll be incinerated on the spot. It's then he remembers those special traits he received and decides to use one of them, the one which was dubbed Copy. As the name suggests, Copy basically allows you to temporarily copy others' traits and skills. But to successfully copy a skill, you need to take a closer look at that particular skill. The second requirement to copy a skill is that you first have to identify the target's name and rank. But being the former champion of this game, fulfilling the second requirement isn't that hard for him. And without further ado, he copies the target's trait, known as Elemental Resistance. With the help of this Elemental Resistance skill, he avoids getting burned. It would be great if he could snag a skill too, but he currently can't use any due to lack of mana circulating in his body. Suddenly, he notices the wind blowing backward, all courtesy of this fire dragon who is about to exhale a massive torrent of fire. The other dragon, with electricity traits, is also preparing for a massive breath attack. Sensing the danger, our boy starts running in the opposite direction before he's gone for good. Breath attacks are the signature moves of dragons. Even with his elemental resistance, the risk of getting cooked alive still looms if he gets caught in the mess. As he's running away, both dragons unleash their strength, causing a massive blast. By that time, the 10-minute countdown has run out, resulting in the completion of the quest before he got cooked alive. As a reward, he's been granted the Dragon Slayer Academy uniform, a student ID, along with a train ticket. For Tutorial 2, he has to board the train to find himself at Dragon Slayer Academy. The scene promptly cuts to the train set to depart for Dragon Slayer Academy. With the high influx of students enrolling, the train is jam-packed with no seats to spare. So one of the students with a katana asks a passenger to accommodate him in the cabin. But the only response the katana guy gets is dead silence from a girl who's sleeping soundly without a care in the world. Right at that moment, our boy also hops on the train, hoping to get a spare seat for himself too. The katana guy sheepishly points out how this girl sleeping there doesn't seem to be in the mood to respond. Right then, the girl in question wakes up from her slumber. Our boy insists she share her spare space, and the girl seems more than willing to entertain his request. As he makes himself at home, he introduces himself as Kim Ho before thanking her for the kind gesture. The girl reciprocates the greeting and introduces herself as Seo Ye-in. And as for the dude with the katana, he's feeling utterly devastated to see the unfairness of this world. He didn't get permission, but our boy did. Even though no one asked, he introduced himself as Go Hyun-woo. And once again, the only thing he gets in response from Seo Ye-in's end is dead silence. Anyhow, he too helps himself and takes his seat, grateful for the opportunity. Kim Ho questions Hyun-woo about the reason he was late to catch the train. The katana guy reveals how he witnessed 2 dragons on the way, a sight so magnificent it nearly made him forget about his main agenda of the day. Well, my guy also remembers seeing those 2 monsters, but his experience wasn't that pleasant, something he'd rather avoid remembering. The train finally begins to move. About this Dragon Slayer Academy, it's the place our boy kept coming back to every time he raised a new hero. So he basically knows everything about that place, like the back of his hand. This is part of the reason he isn't really excited to visit that academy, since there's nothing new to explore. Or at least, that's what he thought until he boarded the train. The students in his cabin, along with the other students and train staff, Kim doesn't recall seeing any of them. They're totally unfamiliar and new people, not some random NPCs he remembers. While this world shares great similarities with the game he once knew, the cast is completely different. This also means the upcoming events and quests have been altered too. So while trekking through the game, he wants to stay cautious about the unknown. Right now, the thing bugging the hell out of him is the blank stares he's getting from the girl beside him. About Yeon, she possesses these special eyes that can turn anything into stats and comprehensible data she can use. For example, she can see through all the stats or anything she needs to know about this katana guy sitting in front of her. She can see this dude is just your average Joe with mediocre traits. But as for our boy, his stats are incomprehensible. No matter how hard she stares at him, she fails to figure out anything about his
Era comprar application. Lu bata आपल्याला काय? Copy address. Mahalat. Pedrosik Mahalat. Ma? Pedrosik bukan? Mahalat. Mahalat. Kata natin position. Ya boy tres. Mona ke wait tara. Ke wait tara. Não sei se querendo ver. Ba advertise mo page kana mo. Ina mo page. Ki mo page ya ba. Okay, but I'm going to give the blue. Okay. phala pele mahala kae. Man, look at the matter. Bomo bono ya reaches ka 12 July.
Una jana ra apply hela kana mo waiting list.
Okay.
Ire la hela mo page.
Yeah, 76227317. Listen. Okay, Imam, get that what I print everything. Yeah, faculty. This guy print this one. Yes.
Ke bokae go ntse le go
Ke 4 pula, ke 2 pula each.
mo go tsipuleng ka tsa le papa le 10
Okay. Mala. Everything.
Now there's a Charamoso.
So much of it. Ini ako cuma. F-U-T-I. Let's go.
23.
Sol BGS ya.
Yeah.
Box number all like ma.
Came out at 397. That's saving.
kante batho ba ne gote ba ko UK ba trafficile ba iso ba kgona go isiwa kana ba tlogetswe kana dilo tseo.
ga ke tsiheletse hela gone go
Tsala mo peo e re tse mo dikganyeng
se ko thole e supe gore a ba busitswe kana ya a yana go mo go costa lehatsheng batho ga ba itse tota gore ye go bona lehatshe tota kana akanya plane from America to Botswana
a ba la go to gore go ntshiwe e Botswana yo batsa it's special gore because ho ka retse ba tsoe ke batho ba sele
imagine gore ha e tswa gone kwa e tswa kwa no mili empty
ila betela batho ile empty
it's how much
because obviously he ka emela hela e tetse batho kwa ebile wait re bile king it's cheaper gore ba duele other airlines ka re bone ba na le di-planes tse di
tankwane kana ke tikira ke kana di tsolo na maZimbabwe a ithola ga dipotiwa isiwa a boa
ba re
costa le ha se go le kae
ba re costa
go ba keep
ba re costa ona mo
seleng o ba feeder
ona mo no la ga le bota le tona go ga bone ha ba tlo tshameka
Trump le wa me ka ka khona
me ba gore go botoka ragile le botana e be re hafula palo
ela mora go dingalo ba kana ba lepa kota
ba ka lepa le bone ba dingalo ba le thuba ba le dire dilo tse
wa bora hela
wa borela la gore batho ba bona ra ya la re lapisa ya no bo ngo ba tshega because go na le gore go na section e go dileng ka di tshipiana bona ka ba botana hela na bona ba gona go mithela a stakile gone ho a ga re ga ditshipi ya no ba di dile deal double gore o tsena mo tse dingwe bo tsena mo tse dingwe wa bona ya no motho to ba le ka gore di double tsotlhe one time e be a staka ga re ga tsona
a me ke cost ke madi a la mantsi
le cost ya go ta go montsha hela gone mo tsone ke cost ya ha gore la gona go kwa le seletsa hela gore ba feel comfortable something has to be done le batlang la monno le ka le letona ka le eta pholo le botang le ka toilet pholo ele wa ba phele me le tsena le kotase kotase le pilo e be le tswa le lo heta pholo gore ha le lebella ebile e ba le dira smooth so that gore ha le pagamege mme banna ba le pagama le batho ba ba dirang ha o le ka o dira selo gore o a ba thibela le bone ba ta ka methale ya bone o na le nyano ka ga te motho ngwanyana o bolelwe ke mosimane ba ba utlwisa botlhoko e potsa gore o mmolaela ba hetsa dipetrole tsa batho ba utlwa ka Tuesday go tle ba kgaogane go le thata manyalo a go go le ba sa modimo a re ka Tuesday ora wa be ke tsakela ka moso go seno nnya malatsi kana mmogo motho a go tena a go tena bo a rena a yula ke ka kgona go the side no bona ba tsa gore ba isitse ngwetsi kana ba isitse ba bona motho a sa hudile tsa boetse go lapeng a go terasa bona ba o nanyela o rinya o bona ka moso o bana se ka mo ke rate se wa phika wa bo kana go ga nna ka tsi ai dingalo a ra tsoga mo tswana a go tloka bana na go go bothoko go bothoko a itse kana madi a westile go bothoko thata preparation go tswa di loan go tswa di loan tse itswantse di duelwe lo ga no mo le mo sekolotong a gona mo go teng kana ne la rona le nyalo a re kgaogana a re kgaogana go tswa no tsere loan a le se o mo ga itshoka safara o mo ga itshoka ta bola number ke ya 7237 2312
matha re lekele kgaitsedi
o tla le sign-a ko tlase ga
ee ke tla mona duela thamba ka re madi
a ke re o tsere madi a le batho o duela mona tiri ya dirile
le re gate re o reka a di bonse ke
lekgoa ga tiro ya dirile go a duela
Strength, making him stand out. This is exactly why she's been staring at him with a clueless expression on her face. She recalls how her manager told her to get all cozy and nice to anyone she's interested in. That way, she can get closer to them. So, taking that advice to heart, she pulls out her suitcase, consisting of some important stuff and snacks she brought for the journey. In an attempt to appear nice and get closer, she offers him one of her cookies. Of course, Kim is naturally bewildered by this sudden and unexpected gesture coming from her. But saying no would be considered rude, so he takes the cookie. To further strike up a conversation, he casually asks if she baked them, and the girl responds affirmatively. Now it explains why the taste is pretty average. Kim then turns his attention toward Hyunwoo and questions him about the peculiar longsword resting beside him. The katana guy takes major pride while revealing that this thing is a sacred relic belonging to his martial sect. The reason it's wrapped up like this is because he hasn't qualified to break its seal yet, so he's left it wrapped. Until the day he becomes worthy of this katana, he'll use this spare iron sword as a substitute. As they're having their conversation, a guy with blonde hair barges in impromptu. His upbeat mood and big smile totally alter the vibe of the cabin. He too stumbled here while looking for a place to sit. Kim doesn't particularly like noisy guys, and this particular guy seems kind of shady. He already knows this dude isn't here looking for a seat, so he wants him to reveal his true intentions. The suit guy feels a little awkward after getting his lies laid bare. He pulls a business card out of his coat and introduces himself as Shin Yo-cho. He sells errand services to his clients along with a bunch of other services an average person would require in their day-to-day life. He promises to find you anything, for the right price, of course. Our boy expresses his skepticism, but this snake tie continues to preach the good about his services. Kim has already seen through this shady dude who's running this shady business under the radar. Even now, this dude is being chased by the authorities for promoting his illegitimate business around. Throughout his whole pitch, he kept taking glances over and over outside, as if he's in deep trouble and being chased by someone. The guy denies such accusations and tries to run off before it's too late. Well, it's indeed too late already. The disciplinary committee has shown up here to take necessary action against this guy. The dude knows he's screwed. About this disciplinary committee, it's a group formed by students themselves that handles law and order within the academy walls. Yes, the same disciplinary committee that holds more power than... These guys waste no time flaunting their authority, and in a typical demonstration of the spell, its performance hinges on the ability of the mage. The fact that she used the hummingbird is a testament to Chun-Hee's skills. Now, if our boy was up against a professional mage, he wouldn't have been able to catch the hummingbird, as the caster would easily be able to manipulate the flight pattern. But strangely, instead of altering its pattern, it ended up getting caught in his hand. That only signifies one thing. Chun-Hee needs improvement when it comes to her control of her ability. At this point, Hyunwoo is genuinely impressed by our boy's in-depth explanation and fascination for a spell. By the way, there's one other observation that Kim-ho made when the spell fired off. He assesses that Chun-Hye is talented for being able to use an E-rank ability with only a D-rank strength stat, further implying that she has access to either a strong trait, and even raises the possibility that she might be loaded with internal mana. In any case, Kim-ho thinks that she'll easily live up to her reputation as the Thunderlord's granddaughter. Focusing back to Hyunwoo, he's quickly Kim-ho thinks that this guy's exaggerating it a little bit, but Hyunwoo's pretty serious about this, and even offers to help him out whenever the guy needs his help. Appreciating the gesture, Kim-ho immediately decides to use this opportunity and tasks him to come with him. At the same time, he politely requests a sudden favor to borrow 1 silver coin. In the next scene, we arrive to Kim-ho's chosen location. Sadly, the machine is out of order. And yes, it's a gambling machine because this place once used to be a casino. The machine appears run down and broke in Hyun-woo's eyes, and yet, Kim-ho's willing to bet all his life savings on it. In other words, he's determined without his help. The swordsman is thoroughly intrigued by Kim-ho's amplification skill that he used during the fight. However, our boy turns him down.
Still taking these.
Should serve as a viable replacement for palladium next time. Unfortunately, it is impossible to synthesize.
Oh. Kita mana waktu ini nama kata itu. Kita mau di rumah kata nama itu. Everybody knows I'm broke. Yeah, what's going on? I like being broke, man. I don't know. I don't want to lie. I like telling people that I'm broke because I'm broke, man. The company might have money, but I'm broke. I'm broke as shit. It's crazy. You know when people say like they're not borrowing. They don't want to borrow my money. They want to borrow the company's money. And the company's money is not mine, right? So it's always a wild situation. The reason why I'm talking about this is because somebody just sent me a message talking about the bordering Zaga. I don't know what to say to them. They're borrowing money. Let me know what to say. Hey. Do me along. Emma. Dang! Ebo thoko ya bani. Ebo thoko. Yes, I'm cold. My feet is cold as shit. Dale que no. I don't know. He saw this motherfucker. Yo, I'm getting that. Yo, guys, it's cold. It's cold. It's cold. It's cold. It's good. It's good. Sometimes it is. Sometimes it's not. We're here, baby. We're sure, baby. Dog. Doing the age. Yo! Live high on life. League of Legends, Minecraft, Java, and who the hell is it? 100 meg line, let's go. Line, let's get it. Cold. It's a lot. Yo, you coming? Yo. Tumala. Erra. Tá penso. Wato. Riano shapa. Erra. Erra. Emdal. Liteng. Erra. Kwa pushiwa. Erra. But it's holiday time, so they're gonna make a little chisanyama, young chisanyama for the babies. I was telling niggas like, yo, if you're gonna do it for anybody, dog, do it for the babies though. But hey, man, it comes with a little bit like rules of engagement, because you know the babies are hectic sometimes. The babies are hectic. Rules of engagement. The babies comes with the rules of engagement. Rules of engagement. From here, we're probably gonna play. We're gonna play them games. What you call it? Call of Duty till tonight. 12. We're gonna play Call of Duty all day. It's almost downloading, so might as well. Might well do it. Might as well do it. Let me see if it's gonna launch Call of Rico chat. Should be done soon. Er, er. Er. I never like you that. Oh, no, no, no. Good morning, Julie. Banyak waktu baru yo jadi mama ya, 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 ya. I guess so. Why do like what the hell, bro? I never should have got that. 12. I'm out of here. It's just like a half day thing. About 12. And that there, dog. Y'all, how you that? Why do you decide to see me? Come on, it's cold as fuck. What the hell is that? Yeah, I'm getting started. Everybody knows discuss. I'm getting started. Go to gas. Started. They got me shook like took. We are. cold. Cold in the motherfucker. Cold the hell in motherfucker. I'm gonna take a cuss, you know. Cold the hell in motherfucker. Gonna take a cuss, you know, motherfucker. Oof. Oh man, this is about to happen. The coldest day and the hardest day. Cause it's cold as Keezy Kill. Day 64. Day 64, ladies and gentlemen. It's probably the hottest. I don't know, maybe I forget what I said hard. Some hard days in the past, but hey, right now today is my problem. I don't care about the days that have passed. Today is it's hard. Where's just that I gotta get some. Hola, chief. Yeah. Hotel Itak. Hey. Say. Gimana? RT mama RT.
Negeri ikan gua kalau mau mah.
Ngakit ini. Vamos a hacer una elección se cilindro. Sí, vine a la serenidad, no sé qué. Ah, batho ba nna ba dinyalo ba ba se tlhola ba kana ba ratana kana go a bokoleng ke ba sa kgaogane hela batho ba tlogelana motho e mongwe a ya kwa e mongwe a ya kwa go tshela botshelo ba gago mo ba bolanang mo ke mathata batho ba re gaga matlo nna re le kwano re le ka matshelo bone bone ba bolana kana ke motshegare ene o mmoleile motshegare helana ka bo 10 helana ke dilo tsa bo 10 bo 11 hela gone go because ngwanyana ene o bone ka bo 12 motshegare ke uncle la gago batho ba ireletse dithata dilo tsetse kore ga motho a bone gore ga se ka thola kgone mo maratong a bone a tlogele motho a tswa a tsamaya re na ke ka kgone motho ena ke ka kgone helo re tshedisana ema ke go tlogele botshelo ba gago le nna ke o tshela banne kana o ka utlwangwanyana o gateng ba kile ba re a ke mma o letsa re bolelela maabana o na ba bua malapeng e le gore ba dira modumo bone ene le ngwanyana le mosimane ene wa ngwanyana le mosimane ke ba go renta kana ba ga tswana wa go renta kae be ba go bua gore ba sa ba go bua ba go tsela ngwe mma go ngwana ga ba ka mo ngwanyana o dira le ma ga ba a re kana dilwana tsa tickets a re ha ntsha batho mo motsa o le ngwana se tsa le mo gago ka le tshwa motho a tahela a re mbuledisa o kwa buledisa motho kana gore go no jo le swela go no le ga le kana nna sa itse gore go diragala nna nna go ra ke itse gore ga go diragala eng hela itse motho ba ike maikelo a kwalokala gore nna o ke o bola motho a mantsi ba thata batho ba bangwe a dibeta tse re sa di tlhaloganye kana ke botsa gore ga le re kgona go ikwaena mo go kalo ke go sa ikwaene le gore no ke batla gore ke o change botshelo wa me a ke tshwana ke wa go itsenya wa go tsena sekele kana seo emma duty, call duty. I wonder. Holy. Yo, yeah. Unks is going in, bro. Oh, man, I wonder. Yeah, the things that I'm willing to do for you guys. Right now, I'm thinking about Starlink, the business item. Yes, you guys. You know what? Let me pay off everything else, whatever is left. But in business, it goes the other way around. You have to invest and use the rest of the money when it's left off. I want to invest in getting like a Starlink business equipment and subscribing for the whatever package it is, so that we can get 100 meg line, 200 meg line, whatever it is happening, so that we could do this at a stable rate, man, at a stable rate. Because I want to be able to just live stream straight from the computer and just use the phone as a as the phone as like as a camera, you know. But I'll let you know, guys know what I'm gonna do. It's doozy. It's doozy. Crazy. Crazy. And then we play all the free game passes, the free games that we have.
Get ready. Find out who the winner is. Money's had.
This story begins in the moment after death, where the Reaper asks the soul of a dead man if he regrets anything. The soul is momentarily immersed in thought, as if deciding whether to voice its thoughts out loud or not. The Reaper says that a man can answer honestly and not worry about anything. The soul smiles and says that the Reaper is beautifully dressed and such clothes are not easy to get. The man asks if people of this profession always wear suits, but the Reaper does not understand what he is talking about. My soul says it's amazing to be in the company of such a stylish person on the day of my death. The Reaper starts laughing and says that he wouldn't call himself some kind of Death Reaper. The Reaper points to the soul and says that the man wore a suit like this before. The man's soul becomes tangible, and we see a middle-aged man in an office suit with dark hair and eyes. The Reaper asks again what the man regrets, but the soul replies that he has no doubts. The Reaper asks if the man regrets becoming a sales agent. Initially, the man dreamed of becoming a businessman or wanted to teach physical education, using his skills. However, this was only the Reaper's assumption, which the man immediately dismissed. The Reaper assumed that the soul was speaking this way because he was rejected from joining the national team in high school. The man had excellent skills, but he was excluded from the team after a serious injury. The Reaper said that such a thing would be regrettable, and the man thought about it. The man sighed and said that the Reaper really knew him too well. But after his injury, one of his friends won a medal and joined the national team, and he does not regret it. The soul said that if Taekwondo was his calling, he would have survived after 1 or 2 failures. The Reaper suggested that the man might regret that his father was deceived by scammers when he tried to set up his business, which resulted in a debt of $2 billion. The man sacrificed his youth to pay off this debt and never declared bankruptcy. The man said he had paid off the principal and interest 3 years ago, and it had taken him 14 years to do it. The soul noticed that the Reaper reads all thoughts, which means he should know for sure what exactly the man regrets. The Reaper approached the man and said that Mr. Jaron was indeed a very interesting person. However, he still wants to hear an answer from the man personally about what the biggest regret of his life is. Jaren closed his eyes and thought about how, at 27 years old, with only a high school diploma, he had made a very important decision. Jaren decided to sell imported cars, as at that time foreign cars were just beginning to fill the South Korean market. He knew that he could make a lot of money in this job if he mastered the right skills. Ultimately, Jaren covered his $2 billion debt with sales alone. Then his father told him that a man should be the support of the family. A real father takes responsibility for his family and children. This is what makes him a real man. The father then told Jaren that a real man never lies, so he asked if his son trusted him. Jaren told the Reaper that sales had not taken off right away, so the man had to curb his ardor and learn to understand people. No one can get better just by doing. It takes experience to get to know people better, so Jaren had to develop this skill. However, while busily engaged in sales, the man lost sight of something. His father, for 10 years, dreamed of taking his own life every day because of guilt. He felt very sorry because that day he could only look at his son's back. However, with his illness, his father felt that he would become a burden to Jaren. The father said goodbye to his life and asked his son for forgiveness for this act. The father described all this in a farewell letter to his son. Now Jaren knows how to sell properly and could have gone very far, but his father would not have been able to see it. If only it had taken Jaren less time, the huge debt his father left him would have been completely paid off. Jaren wanted to show his father that their lives wouldn't be ruined by a mere $2 billion in debt. The man wanted to go over and comfort his grieving father, but he was unable to do so. This is what Jaren regrets most in his entire life. The Reaper asked if Jaren knew his mother was safe. Jaren found himself at this crossroads because he was in an accident. He was driving with his mother in the passenger seat, and Jaren remembers turning the wheel. Even though he regrets that he left before his mother, he is calm about her. He has a wonderful younger sister and her reliable husband. The Reaper placed his hand on Jaren's shoulder and told him to close his eyes. The Reaper said he would sacrifice something, so Jaren should try to do it right when he returns. There will be sanctions for violating the cause and effect relationship, but Jaren's knowledge and experience will remain with him. However, things like easy money, rising stocks, or a boom in the housing market will be erased. The Reaper warned that this could be unpleasant, so Jaren should not open his eyes under any circumstances. The Reaper said that this time there should be no regrets, and wished Jaren a good life. Everything went dark before his eyes, but after a while, Jaren found himself in a room with tears in his eyes. The guy sat up in bed and rubbed his head, which hurt a lot. Jaren looked very young and already had an idea of what had happened. He was in the basement apartment in Daegu, where he used to live with his parents. Now his mother was offering his father a game of Godori, but the man continued to lie there and sighed heavily. The woman said that he was putting on the show only because he was afraid of losing his money to her. She said that if the man continued to lie down, his muscles would go numb, but he never got up and asked his son for forgiveness. The woman continued to shake him and say that if he wanted to apologize, he should play 10 or at least 5 rounds with her. Jaren had been watching them from the doorway of the room the entire time and couldn't hold back his tears. At some point, his mother noticed him and asked why he was not sleeping yet. Jaren replied that he woke up because his mother begged him to play cards with her. The boy came closer and called his dad, but he didn't turn around and only asked for forgiveness. Jaren put his hand on his dad's shoulder and said that he didn't have to look at him, just listen. The guy said that $2 billion is a really big amount of money, because of which his father is going through hard times. But as strange as it may be, Jaren feels that they are very real, and he personally must return them. The guy is confident that he will be able to get them back, and it won't take much time. His father was crying, but he heard Jaren asking if his father believed him. The guy was confident in his words and looked at his mother. The three of them held hands, and Jaren said that now it was his turn to be his father's support. After a while, Jaren's mother asked him if it was time for him to go to bed because he had an interview the next day. The guy was confused, and his mother pointed to the suit.
I'll be out here for real. You guys are looking at me. Outside. We outside. The broadcast is outside for real, for real. I used to put the phone here and like do some tutorials and stuff like that. That was great. That was dope. Yo. See me driving right out of control. In, out. Nothing more, nothing less, ladies. Gentle bruise. Ladies and gentle brews. Ladies and gentle brews. Yay. So this is what's going on. Now let me go take a leak first. business.
And said that she had prepared it so that Jaren would successfully pass the interview. Now the guy understood exactly at what moment he was transported in time. The next day, the guy went to the interview by subway. The man standing next to Jaren on the subway car's phone rang. The stranger quickly answered the phone, and Jaren felt strange. The guy decided to take out his phone to examine it. Jaren felt a strange sensation as he held the phone he had had for many years. At this time, a month ago, his father's business went bankrupt. So Jaren headed to Daegu with only the clothes he had. He seemed to have been erased, and some memories of the future were missing. Jaren doesn't remember stocks, or the real estate market, or even which company or technology could cause a sharp jump in stock prices. However, there is something that remains very clear in the guy's memory. Information about the cars was transferred exactly from the past life to the future. Jaren is very lucky because he now knows which car stocks are worth investing in. After some time, the guy successfully reached the car dealership. Jaren smiled warmly, introduced himself, and said he was there for an interview. The guy was met by a young man with brown hair and brown eyes. Jaren recognized him as Jae Hongchul, but the brown-haired man was not happy to meet him, and asked his colleagues if there was any meeting today. A girl named Na Min-hee confirmed Jaren's words, and said that the branch manager and management were currently in a meeting, so the guy would have to wait. Jaren held back with all his might from greeting the guys, because at this moment, they still didn't know each other. To distract himself, the guy decides to look around the car dealership. On the wall of the hall, there was a large sign with the name of the salon, Taylor. Even those who have never been interested in cars have probably heard of the Model T at least once. Taylor is a company whose name comes from its founder's surname, and although the company did not become a market leader, it made history thanks to the promotion of the Model T. In his past life, a week ago to be exact, Jaren had casually mentioned wanting to find a job. The guy called every luxury car dealership and said that he wanted to work for them, and the only place where they answered him with a smile and offered to meet was the Taylor Company. Jaren later learned that showroom managers dislike job calls because they don't come from customers. In addition, the company did not officially announce the recruitment of personnel, and the recruitment of personnel was carried out personally by the management depending on the situation. This is exactly how dealerships for imported cars operated in those days. Therefore, Jaren believed that his request would most likely be ignored. After a while, Min-hee called the guy and asked him to follow her. On the day Jaren called about the job, it was a stroke of luck that the branch manager picked up the phone. As the boy followed Min-hee, he couldn't shake the feeling that everything in the building was so familiar, but at the same time, so foreign. Approaching the door leading to the glass office, Min-hee invited Jaren to come in. The guy looked around and couldn't remember if he had attended a meeting in a conference room in his past life. After being invited, Jaren entered the hall and greeted everyone. The manager said that the guy arrived very early, so his interview coincided with a management meeting. Because of this, the man decided to invite Jaren to join and asked if the guy was okay with it. Once all the executives were seated, the manager asked if Jaren wanted to work for their company. The guy didn't lose his composure when he appeared before his elders and confidently answered in the affirmative. Branch manager Lee Sang-shik asked what qualities the guy had that they should hire him. Jaren recalled that 2 years after he joined the company, Sang-shik resigned due to his inability to handle the position. In this area, where achievements are a company's calling card and personal victories, the position of branch manager was under threat, given that there are few exhibition centers in this region. However, Sang-shik was too soft a person for such a position, because he always cared about his subordinates first and The real power lies with the team's leader, Choi Min-ho, a sales king and senior executive who single-handedly accounts for a third of Taylor's sales in Daegu. In the past, Jaren could never have dreamed of getting close to such a person. But now an experienced salesman lives in his body. Jaren lived for over 40 years, so now all the leaders were younger than him. The guy sat down on the chair in a relaxed manner, but manager Sanchik said that the atmosphere was very tense and asked Jaren not to worry. Previously, Jaren had to sell himself in interviews to get chosen, but now the choice is his. The guy decided that it would be nice to become a branch manager for a long time and began his story. Jaren said that in the car market, the best buyers are those who need a car urgently. The guy is convinced that understanding and satisfying customer needs is the basis of marketing, and these words aroused the curiosity of the managers. Jaren said the current staffing distribution at the exhibition center is such that each team has 3 managers when 4 would be needed. There should be 12 people in total, but now there are only 11. Jaren said the reason he should be accepted is because they are 1 person short. The guy looked at the managers with confidence and said that based on this, he should be hired. The managers were confused and asked how Jaren knew about the staff shortage. The guy noted that the branch manager called him and offered to go for an interview a week ago, and during this time, he decided to check how the company was doing. So after 3 days of research, Jaren counted 11 members of the staff, which seemed like an odd combination to him. Then the guy accidentally saw one of the teams participating in a meeting where only 3 leaders were present. Jaren said it dawned on him then that there was 1 open spot, but in reality, nothing like that happened. Yesterday the guy was reborn, and all his knowledge is experience from a previous life. Minho asked the branch manager for permission to continue the conversation, and Sung-shik granted him that right. Minho said that you should keep a friend close, but an enemy closer. The man said that even if there was a free seat, it didn't mean it had to go to Jaren. The company has not announced an official recruitment, which means there is probably a reason for leaving this position vacant. Minho is smart, but he's too obsessed with his own sales, so he creates rules in the organization that hurt others but keep him comfortable. In fact, the man doesn't care about the other workers at all, so it's strange that he showed such interest in Jaren. Minho said that they really need an employee, but not urgently. Jaren noted that for people on the understaffed team, there are some issues with constant overtime and a busy schedule. Employees have to frequently change shifts to get to morning meetings, and fatigue inevitably accumulates. Members of this team receive 25% less rest than other teams. Minho listened carefully to Jaren, but he didn't understand what exactly the urgent need for hiring the guy was. Jaren said the company needs a hard-working employee because he will be the last person they hire until someone leaves. From a management perspective, it is necessary to hire a hard-working employee who would allow them to relax a little, thereby increasing sales. Jaren said that it was not wise to go through such inconvenience while they were looking for the right person. Minho said that whoever this person was, he would have to do his job decently. The man said that if you don't put your all into it, it's easy to end up at the bottom, so it wouldn't be right to hire Jaren. Jaren interrupted Minho and said that he was misunderstood as he may not have expressed himself very clearly. The guy put his hand to his chest and apologized to Minho with a smile. The other executives were shocked, because it looked like Jaren was accusing Minho of not understanding what he was talking about. The guy understands this perfectly well, but the years he lived in his past life give him confidence. They work for a trading organization, which means they are all subject to certain rules. The fight between Minho and Jaren is about to begin, and the one with the stronger character will lead the conversation. The main rule of a sales agent is not to despair and not to get tired of people. In addition, the final decision on hiring is made by branch manager Lee Sang-shik. Jaren decided to continue the conversation and said that he was talking about the process. If he said he would bring big sales to the company, no one would believe him, so he will not overconfidently promise results. Jaren just wanted to say about the efforts he will put in for the sake of results, but not alone, but with the help of his colleagues helping him. He counts on the help of his superiors, who are working on solving difficult problems, and the branch manager who will become his reliable shield. Jaren says that with their input, he will be able to develop a strategy that will increase sales. Minho thought that Jaren was an ignorant boy who had never encountered the real world and was telling beautiful lies. Jaren could read his opinion on his face, but that was exactly the reaction he was hoping for. For Choi Minho, how much is sold is the most important thing, and the man is not at all interested in how exactly it was sold. Many of the staff adopted his values, and Jaren remembers the one person he felt the most sorry for was the guy who couldn't stop him. Sanchik asks if 1 week is enough for Jaren to prove his words, and the guy replies that a couple of days will be enough. The manager said he wanted the guy to get to work as soon as possible, but wondered if Jaren understood what exactly he was talking about. The guy answers in the affirmative, and this makes Sanchik laugh.
Like, it's crazy. I might just watch the battle one, right? But I don't understand it though. I do not understand it.
Manager said that Jaren would be hired starting Wednesday of this week, and the guy would take a week off and return to work next Monday. Sanchik warned that once the guy goes to work, he will have many responsibilities, so he should prepare. Jaren said he agreed with everything. When the meeting and interview were over, the managers went to their offices. Following Sanchik, another manager with a sly smile entered the office. A guy with black hair ran into the office, closed the door behind him, and began to draw the curtains. Sanchik didn't understand what was going on, so he yelled at the guy, calling him Jongbek. The guy turned to the manager with a sly smile and showed him 2 packets of instant coffee. Running to the cooler, Jongbek began to brew the drink, without answering Sanchik's question. The guy said that it had been a long time, so he gave the manager some special instant coffee from Jongbek. The brunette handed the glass to Sanchik, but he refused, since the guy's behavior frightened him. Jongbek wanted to talk to the manager about Jaren, but he got his last name wrong, causing the man to correct him. The brunette reminded them that now was the perfect time to reshuffle their team and asked to assign Jaren to them. Sanchik said that even if there was a redistribution, he still would not assign Jaren to Jongbek. The guy started to get indignant and ask why Sanchik was treating him like this. Soon the manager got tired of listening to Jongbek, so he kicked him out of the office. On the way, the guy crossed paths with Minho, who was also heading towards Sanchik's office. The manager invited the guy in and asked him what he had come to see him about. Minho reminded Sanchik about Jaren and asked for permission to take him into his team. The manager didn't quite understand why Minho needed this. However, the guy did not answer precisely, and only said that he would like to become Jaren's mentor. Sanchik recalled his recent conversation with Jongbek, when the boy was outraged that Jaren was decided to be ahead of Minho on team. The manager said that he understood the guy's confusion, but no matter what he said, it wouldn't change the fact that Minho was good. The way he trains his subordinates is admirable. Jongbek said that Minho doesn't teach him to be a salesman, but rather teaches him to be his obedient slave, who can't do anything without his master. Sanchik noted that the employees under his command still completed the tasks assigned to them well. Jongbek was angry about the whole situation. He reminded Sanchik that in a competitive environment with other teams, Minho would not play fair. Jongbek says that in this fight between Minho and Jaren, one of them will have to go and reminded him of the situation with Sanhee. Sanchik was already tired for the day, and told the guy that he would make his own coffee, and that he wasn't paid enough to listen to all these complaints. Jongbek flew up to the manager and said that the man was completely unable to take criticism. The guy reminded him that Minho wouldn't help him in the future, even if Sanchik treated him well. Jongbek said that there are things that Sanchik, as a branch manager, cannot see. Sanchik's head hurt even more from his screams, so he asked Jongbek to calm down and leave his office. Finally, Jongbek said that there was much more truth in his words than the man thought, because Minho was a very greedy person. The guy asked Sanchik to think about his words, otherwise the man might make a decision that would be a fatal mistake. So the week came to an end and we found ourselves at Jaren's house. The boy was reading when his sister brought him a shirt. Jaren thanked the girl for her help and said that next time he would do it himself, since his sister already had a lot to do. The girl said that she would now go about her business, but stopped at the threshold, asking what the guy was reading. Jaren showed a catalog with information about the cars, and a table with all the characteristics of the vehicles in great detail. The sister looked at the catalog and asked if the guy really needed to remember all of this. Jaren said he had learned everything well in a week, but his sister was convinced that the company was asking too much of a newcomer. The guy said that he doesn't always go that far, because usually everyone just teaches an inept newbie and watches him master the skills day after day. Jaren remembered that after leaving the company, Jongbek stopped him and handed him a bag of catalogs. The guy said that if the guy reads them all, he will feel more confident. Jaren told his sister that if he wanted to be a good employee, he had to put in the effort outside of work too. His sister reminded him that the guy had only found a part-time job. Jaren asked his sister not to overdo it, and thought that he would not let her take on too much this time. Monday marked Jaren's first day working for Taylor in this life. Sanchik met the guy in advance to take him to the hall and introduced him to the workers. The manager came forward and said that there were no special instructions regarding Monday, and informed them that they had a new employee at their exhibition center. Sanchik introduced Jaren, and at that moment the boy experienced general jitters. In the past, Jaren was a sergeant, and then became a lieutenant, but now he is filled with a strange feeling of joy. The guy stepped forward, introduced himself again, and and said he was glad to be part of Taylor's team and had done his best. Sanchik said that the guy would really have to try hard, and today they would redistribute the teams. Jaren thought about how there had been no redistribution in his past life, as he had simply been assigned to a third team that was short a man. Sanchik announced the results of the redistribution and said that Jaren was assigned to the second group. The manager also said that there would be no management meeting today, so employees could go about their business, and they would hold the meeting later. Jaren noticed that something had changed in this life, but he couldn't put his finger on what it was. While the boy was deep in thought, Chonbek approached him and said hello. The guy was beaming with joy and positivity, and he said that Jaren was really tall. Chonbek suggested that the boy go outside and talk. Jaren agreed, as he found all these changes quite funny. Yongbak decided to introduce Jaren to Manager Sun, who was the oldest in the company, but was also distinguished by his modesty. Yongbak introduced another employee, who said his name was Manager Park, but everyone just called him Hongju. Immediately after this, the manager announced that the meeting was over, and it was time for the guys to get to work. After which Manager Song and Manager Hongju left. While Jaren was trying to figure out what had happened, Yongbek quickly moved to the vacant seat next to him. The manager moved closer to Jaren with a wide smile on his face. He asked the guy if he liked sitcoms, but he said no. Moving closer, Yongbak asked if Jaren liked something more dynamic, but the answer remained the same. The manager moved closer and asked if the guy was swearing at someone who really annoyed him, but the answer was also negative. Jongbak pulled back and said that he envied the guy's endurance, since he wanted to beat up someone, or more precisely, ask Jaren to do it. The manager said he didn't want to get his hands dirty. Jaren was shocked by his words and didn't know what to say. Jongbak began to feel the guy up and ask if he did any sports, to which Jaren replied that he did taekwondo. Jaren felt like he was on a blind date, but that was to be expected, since it was Yongbak's trademark to put people in awkward situations. After completing the inspection, the manager asked why Jaren decided to go into sales. Jaren needed to hook Yongbak, so he said he needed a lot of money. The guy also added that he really loves cars. Yongbak replied that he didn't know anyone here who didn't like cars. But was there a specific reason? Jaren turned away and said he had motivation. The boy remembered the plush dog shaking its head and the rosary beads hanging on the mirror. I remembered my dad's smile when they met each other's eyes. I remember how my mother sang along to the music from the speakers in the warm sunlight. He remembered how his sister slept on his lap, and his mother said that the boy probably wanted to sleep too. The guy remembered the lulling sound of the engine, which made his eyes stick together. The gentle rocking of the car reverberated softly through his body, and behind the wheel was his father, who loved their family. It was such a warm atmosphere, sitting in the back seat and watching Dad drive. Jaren said he always liked it. The guy thought that this is probably where his love for cars came from. After working for a while, Jaren remembered that just a month ago, he was the best foreign car salesman in the country. But here he is again, an ordinary intern, and all he can do is watch others do it. Jaren has only one request, that it never end. Now, more than ever, he feels his youthful body, clear mind, and psychological maturity. After some time, the teams gathered in a common exhibition hall. Youngbank said it was time to start RP. RP is an acronym for role-playing game, and in real life, employees also play the roles of a buyer and a seller, and do this every morning. Youngbeck said that yesterday it was Mr. Shin's turn, and today it is Chai Hongchul's. The guy started to get nervous, but the manager tried to calm him down, saying that it wouldn't be difficult to sell this car. Hongchul didn't think so, because he had only been working here for half a year, and in 3 months, including night shifts, he had only made 4 successful deals. The task of the RP was to get into the role of a seller and a buyer, and work out a scheme for selling a particular car. Hongchul got to work and greeted the guest in the person of his colleague and introduced himself. Team leaders were present during the roleplay to provide feedback on the conversation. Sanchik was the first to make strict corrections, and said that it was impossible to call the buyer respected in this context. The other leaders immediately pounced on Hongchul, but this was not surprising, since the role-playing game is a public execution, a legalized roasting. Of course, to withstand such pressure, you need to train a lot, and this is a great way to understand your weak points. It was clear to everyone that Chonho lacked discipline, so the decision was made to move on to the next person. Minyo couldn't help but take advantage of this opportunity, and invited Jaren to roleplay. The boy looked back at him, not at all embarrassed, as he was wondering whether he would be called today or not. Yongbak raised his hand and said that he didn't agree with Minho's choice. Yongbak asked why it was necessary to assign a junior employee who had not even been on the job for a month to the roleplay. Minho replied that the guy still needed to gain experience somewhere, so shouldn't they keep an eye on each other and point out mistakes? The other staff members began to chatter, as this was the first time they saw Jongbak and Minho directly speaking to each other. Yongbak insisted that according to company rules, Jaren had to work for them for at least 3 months. Minho responded that he thought his proposal was a good idea, so his colleagues should calm down. Yongbak wanted to continue the argument and defend his employee, but Jaren interrupted him. The guy stepped forward and said he could handle it, and asked what he needed to sell. Minho was somewhat irritated by Jaren's smugness. Yongbak didn't understand Jaren's actions, and the boy apologized to him in his mind, since Minho gave him a great opportunity. Jaren said in his defense that he had not yet received his business card. Now the guy has no choice but to show everyone what he is capable of, so he must seize every opportunity. Jaren wanted to do something different, so he asked if he could borrow someone's business card. The guy understood that of the 11 people present here, not one had more experience in RP than he did. There is also no one here who has sold more cars than Jaren. Yongbak still gave his business card to the guy and said that they would talk later. Minho smirks and offers to sell Jaren a model called the 1000. The manager turned to one of the employees and said that the customer's name would be Mr. Che. Minho said that Jaren should greet the client at the entrance as if he were a real consultant. The boy understood that Minho was trying to put him down, but the manager shouldn't write Jaren off just because he was new to the job. The RP begins, and the first thing Jaren does is lean over, introduce himself, and give the client a business card. The logo should not be covered by a finger, and the business card should be presented with the side where a person can read the employee's name. It is these little things that provide half the success. The client said he had never been to this salon, so Jaren offered to give him a short tour. The client agreed, and Jaren asked him if he already knew what kind of car the man would like to buy. The customer said he would like a roomy sedan, and Jaren responded that he had a special offer. Jaren led the man to a large sedan, a Taylor signature car called the 1000. The client started to dodge and say that the car was somehow ugly. Jaren thought that RP was originally intended to teach employees how to work with different clients, but now managers almost never allow newcomers to use it. Jaren stood to the side of the front of the car and motioned for the customer to come over for a moment. The employee playing the client chuckled, but still decided to approach the guy. Finding himself in the place where Jaren had previously stood, the man was surprised. Jaren said that if you look at the car from here, you can immediately see the overall shape in all 3 dimensions. Thanks to this, the car is immediately transformed and looks completely different. The rest of the staff is natural. He thought that usually beginners use phrases, come here, look here, but speaking in a commanding and pointing tone is a mistake. Hongchol, in turn, decided to focus on the fact that the car was too tall and therefore repelled him. However, this looked rather stupid on his part, so he decided to change his strategy. The guy also decided to skip the wide hood stage and just got into the car. The customer said that because of the height, the car feels like a Jeep when driving, not a sedan. Jaren sat down next to the door and asked if he could change the decor. The guy lowered the sun visor halfway, but Hongchol started to complain and say that it was annoying. Jaren remained optimistic and said the height of the visor matched the interior height of the client's previous car. His words made Hongchol even more nervous. The client no longer knew what to latch onto, so he began to look around the car from the inside. Before Hongchol could find anything, Jaren said that this car provided more comfort than a traditional sedan. Hongchol didn't understand how the guy knew that this car was different from a regular sedan. Jaren said that this was the main advantage of the 1000. Jaren understood Hongchol because if the customer started to reject the fact that the car had a lot of space, then he would be the one who would lose. Hongchol looked at the branch manager from the car window, and he was on the verge of exploding. Jaren knew full well that the guy would need much more to defeat him. Initially, Yongbek thought that Jaren didn't understand what he was getting himself into. But now, everything has changed. Minho kept making excuses to keep Yongbek off balance and landing the right punches. Such blows happen in a real battle, when the distance to the enemy and his skills are calculated down to the smallest detail. All these blows were not aimed specifically at the newcomer, but were directed towards Yongbek and the branch manager Lee Sangshik. But thanks to Jaren, he ended up hitting himself, and although Minho looks unfazed, his blood boils inside. Yongbak decided to ask Manager Sun about Jaren. The manager replied that the younger one was doing an excellent job and was working hard at his studies. Yongbak was very happy to hear this. Minho realized that he wouldn't be able to fail the newbie so easily.
Today
so
we're
he
just
suggested
hitting a half
finishing
day,
the RP.
man.
Jaren wasn't surprised because the manager saw how
Half
involved he was in
day,
the
we're
process.
halfway.
Minho said that they have to evaluate the new
Yeah,
employee,
we're
and his
almost
RP
there.
is lasting longer than it should.
It's a holiday in
Yongbek
my
decided to
country.
intervene
Most
to
people are
further
just at
irritate
home,
Minho
not doing
and asked
much.
Jaren to tell him the exact length of the 1000.
Relax and not thinking
Yongbek
about none
understood
of
that
this.
Minho wanted revenge, and so he suggested testing the newcomer. However, such unpredictable blows would sooner or later lead to his defeat. Minho made the decision to stop RP, but Yongbek didn't pay attention to him. The manager asked Jaren again about the length of the 1,000 and turned to Minho, reminding him that the RP was not over yet. Jaren turned to the executives and replied that the length of the car was 5,100 millimeters. In trade, character is the most important thing. In a financial organization, those who show it receive special treatment. The rest of the employees obey such people and are like ordinary soldiers. If you are a salesman who can sell any car, you have to pretend to fall. This must be done even if the blow did not hit you. This is exactly what Yongbek thought all his life, since he went through all this on his own. However, Jaren was not like him, so he decided to test the newcomer himself. Yongbek asked Jaren how long the Zeus of Daishin machine was. Without thinking, as if it was imprinted on the subcortex of his consciousness, the guy answered that the length was 5,120 millimeters. Yongbek said that Zeus was quite long and asked what Taylor had to boast about in his cars. Jaren responded that Taylor's car models have wheels that are spaced further apart. However, this answer did not completely satisfy Yongbek, so he asked for a specific number, and Jaren immediately gave it. Yongbek asked what the advantage of wheels that are further apart is. Jaren says these cars have a larger turning radius, so they ride straighter, are more stable, and feel better. Yongbek was pleased with the boy's answer and praised him. The manager patted the newcomer on the shoulder and told him not to get cocky and to study other models of cars. After that, Yongbek glanced over his shoulder at Minho's expression. The man was definitely angry, because he realized that all these answers were hitting his pride. At this point, it was decided to end today's RP and return to work. As all the employees began to disperse to their places, Jaren was stopped. Yongbek patted him on the shoulder and gestured for them to step aside to talk. Manager Song went with them, and the elders sat down opposite Jaren, preparing to interrogate him. Yongbek asked with a serious expression if Jaren was living a second life. The guy was scared at first and didn't understand how to answer this question. Yongbek was confused because he decided to joke about the guy since he did the task very well. But Jaren was puzzled after that. Yongbek tried to smooth things over and said that if the guy was a sales agent in his past life, then he was looking forward to good results. Jaren liked this guy in his past life too, so he also answered him in a joking manner that nothing like that happened in his past life. However, Jaren also showed a very arrogant demeanor, as if he was bragging about his knowledge. Therefore, Chonbek advised him not to behave like that next time. Jaren realized what the manager was talking about and apologized. Yongbek was confused for a second, as he thought that the newcomer would not understand what exactly he was talking about. Jaren understood all the comments perfectly, which made Yongbek laugh. The manager stood up, walked over to the guy, patted him on the shoulder, and told him to keep studying hard. After that, Yongbek let Jaren go and said that they would meet at the next meeting. After the newbie left, Manager Song approached the manager and asked if he should teach Jaren something. Chonbek asked why this was necessary, since the newcomer had already answered that he already knew everything. Sun didn't understand why the manager trusted Jaren,
We are
but he
on
convinced
that
him that all the
4-hour
new
mark,
guy's
man.
shortcomings
It's
were
time
already
up
visible. Judging by Manager Song's reaction,
for today.
Yongbek realized that the man still had no idea about anything. The leader said that Song acts like a bear, while Jaren is more like a fox, and not just a regular one, but a...
Lete. What are you? Right, Jacob. Man, willing to have again, man. Come on now. Well, I don't know who this is. Come on. And what you want, Amang? Amang like you give my tat. No, gape go maliti man ha lo khono tswa mo bathong hela o tsame o nnela o le nosi.
Nna ke di ara matsa ke re hape re bola ke gone go inyadisa ga rona.
Be re nna re ntse go ro le mo relationship mo ha bona re go thata wa tswa mo relationship mo tsala ka botse.
Ngwana le monyane kana o sa ithoboga. Re bola ke gone mo. Ke re ke ra batho ke rela. Bona go le thata lo bona monna ka la go supe ka tlapa. Sa di rata di kela go ga rona.
And that's it. That's it. What pelo a go la ta uta bothoko le go go ntse re kana motho ke mothaletse go botoka mothaletse go e seng e seng uswa.
Le tse di bua ka phone ha ka ke teng. Ma ha re tota le tota bongwe mo ya go ga bona.
ba dingalo ebile la sa tota gore sepe because ba dingalo a ka ona motho o boleile motho yang o boleile motho ya la o ka re ga go diragale sepe go tse nyampoledise ke yona bo wa go bola motho batho ba tena batho ba tena kana gore the more these things dipolwaneng tse di diragala wa le ka mose rona re setse re tsena re bata basadi kana eng o to bo akanya motho akanya gore ke sore ke o bola ke motho gone ya no tso ndi tse se siame bona le taba di ngala no mara ke tso bana batho ba bana se sa no wetse tse di ngala itse
bona yo gore o bolele motho
kante o tshwerwe no wa mosadi mogolo
ga ke tsoga tsheko bane ke file a tsena tshwerwe
no kore maleiti a se timone bona wa itse gore maleiti wa itse gore ka dio tsotlhe di dirwa ke gore o bona gago batho ba sa batho gore ba change wa bona re batho gore go nne go ya majaleng go ya kae batho ba sa change ba sa ye dikolong ba sa ye di-brigading bo ithuta sengwe ba ba change matshelo a bone re to bo re nna la gona re to nna re ntse re bona the same things di diragala same things o bona le one scenario ya maloba e ne mthako la boleile bana ba gagwe scenario e sentse to diragala ha batho ba sa change ke ganya gore batho ba change hela ba itse gore okay no motho la re le mmogo a re se gore re to nna mmogo forever wa bona sengwe se kgona go diragala motho o kgona go change ha ke sa motse sentle gape especially because o ithela batho kana batho ba le mo relationship ba sa tsene sentle ke gone ha ba bolanang teng so yaanong o tsaya gore re ka tshela mmogo re sa tsene sentle be re tsaya gore re ta nna together forever a go kake tshwanetse re consider gore no go nna go manyetswe hela go nke go itumela kore go itumela ke gwa 2 seconds go itwa ke go nna go manetse ruri yaanong ga go a siama go
bona bangwe ke bana ba na le mapodisi ke ba yona ba
ba relationship nya ke a bona ngwana go gore o tso reportang fana kana mongwe o tso report nna mona lerato le a ke tlhaloganye ke boletse gore bona ga ngwanyana ke re 1 2 ke mona ke re ke a go rata ba gore ha re le mmogo e kone a tswa yana motho a modimo go toka o tsamaya o dire dilo tseo nna o ntogelela ke le mo mathateng a botshelo ba me hela ke sa wa re ka wena gape yanong go jaanong rona re sign up gore le banyana la sengwe gore ga gona motho gore o swantse gore hela rotlhe re itse gore motho ga re go siame
ka peace
la e se gore ke ka peace wa bona e be le kgaogana as long as le kgaogane yo mongwe a le ko
e se le nna
motho kgantle go betsana di-face go tua yana go ta go thubiwa mantu ya ka utlwa gate le ba bakagane ba isane mantuka gore ke dilo tse di thusa motho and a ka gona gore go diragala kana mo spending ya 2 weeks yo mongwe hisentu yo mongwe o boleile o mongwe ebile seng 2 weeks ke 1 week actually because tsotlhe di diragetse within 7 days ke dilo tse di thata yo mongwe hisa ntu ya girlfriend yo mongwe tata a bola girlfriend ke dilo tse di thata go and go mo mental chat mo dira ke gore ha re change re le batho ga no change gore bua gore batho ba re tshwanetse gore ba change straight bone ba tsaya gore go a tshamekiwa ba tsaya gore ke dijo ba tsaya dilo tse light hela se sepe nna ditori tsa teng ebile like gore ne ke utlwa go tela kana ga ke itse ke sport se se ka which I get which one of them last week gape gate monga spotolo eno ile batho ba ntse ba na gone ho e ba plota gone e ba thuba ba utswa madi ka ke re dio tse gore go dira dio tse go nna go tswaletswe go mo go rola 24/7 o sa tswalwe ke
matho go ga bone mongwe wa yena ga tla tswalele le support
a ke rana go tetse batho kana a go tetse batho gone ho motho a re mpledise o thabia ke dithong o gane o gane
gape ene wa yena ga tsena le matho ma Musipin ho bana musipin wa bana kira le mo para ku la tsa gare ngwana ngena mate na kila mphosha street ngwana ngena la mpa musima na le ha na be ke gana tota ke le ka gana ba
o tla re bolaisa mthako o na dira ka bomo go re le nna wa tsoro mo go ntsang o taba motho a khota o netse khota go khota motho na go ta ipolaisa batho gore na like wana na ibile ha motho a khota ya lo a bona na ke ha tswa mo go ene ile ke a tswa mo go ena ma ke a tsama go bata banyana ba sele go gigana
na le matha gape kwano
abu ai buelela ena
o itele ngwana modimo go na sa tu dira do so tenne ke sengwa he
o ke re ene le itolo wa bona ena it's the best thing he should have done ke gore ha bona ngwana no ntsa yana o tswa mo go ene o motogala gore a sala a dira dio tsa ga go etsa le no ditori tsa go
wa go ga lona
wa go ga lona hela ko banyana ba ntse mo botswana go le go ke ya nteng gompieno banyana ba
tenne ke to dumisa bo ngwana ke la kana ke batela sengwana ke re tshwara ho bo
kana gore o mfanelo go tsena na le pelo ya gore a ra ge lelapa mmogo a re thushe sa re ngwanyana ena a sa tlhola bata ya no ha motho a sa tlhola bata o tla mo pateletsa
motho a sa batho a togela dio
wa togela ebile a gore ebile a se e tebe se ene motho a ntha e tebe se kwa bona gore a se mo ila gore be go mo go diragala ka re go a diragala all the time ya ga la bona re ha go ha re tsane sente o mongwe a tsa mo mahale mo mela di bela gore batho ba tswe dira reng e nne ya no go tige
wena wa mo holding
ke togo ke tswala ne ke betsa half day hela ke tswa ke a tswana ka one ya
ne ka ta wa ke le tsenya le go pious
go pious ke mayonyala
very pious
wa itse ke bone ne mona ke bone something mona ne ke mo kwala speech waits sa gone okay
ya ta ya like ba ya go mo
le kae le go ga go motseng kwa
ga bona
Nine-tailed one. Manager Song reminded that the boss really doesn't like people who act like foxes. Youngback always said that when he was drunk, but this remark made him angry, and he hit Sun with the folder. Youngback asked how Song, being a person with no emotions, decided to set corners and continued chasing the employee. Meanwhile, Jared continued chasing the employees and remembered that Youngback was the first to join the company. But despite this, he was encouraged to turn sales. The reason why the boys don't get along is because even though Minho's accomplishments are taken into account, the branch manager still sides with Youngback since he contributes significantly to the overall sales.
Hello?
In addition, they both hate losing or showing
Hello?
respect to others.
Yes, sir.
In his past,
Who is it?
ke butse
Okay, me go send it soon. The cash collector was up with ya email la mara.
a gona mathata
Sure.
life, Jaren never saw them interact. And in this life, he definitely doesn't want to get involved in their intrigues. Jaren thought about how he had made them think he was on Youngback's side with his actions, but he had only done so because he needed money. Moreover, as a bonus, the guy can touch the cars that he adores. Jaren can enjoy the pleasure of driving, so in this life, he will work for his own pleasure. After some time, the guy remembered that he would soon receive his first salary. Managers usually get paid up to $1 million a month, but to get that, they have to sell something, and Jaren hasn't gone through the consulting stage yet, so his salary will be mediocre. But still, it was his first payment, so he wondered if he could buy good beef with it. The next moment, the entire car dealership shook from a loud scream. The employees were scared and didn't understand what was happening. Sanchik ran out of his office and started yelling at the workers because he found out that there had not been a single client for the entire month. Jaren felt sad at the same time because it had been a long time since he had seen the branch manager throw a tantrum. 25 days out of 30, he is kind, calm, and always looking for new workers. But for 5 days, he turns into a monster. Sanchik
Say, okay. And everybody crying, trying, all being yeah, pointing out his fingers at the kid like who will never make a deal when we win. But they want to bring me when we win.
scolded the employees and demanded that they bring at least someone or at least signed documents so that he would not go completely crazy. This happened every month when deadlines were tight and the sales plan was not met. Sanchik shouted that at this rate they would all die, and Jaren was already predicting the leader's next phrase. The branch manager yelled at everyone to get out, after which the employees ran away. Manager Song approached Jaren and said that he should leave too. Jaren listened to him and thought that the beef bought with his first salary was really the most delicious. The next day, Jongbek asked Jaren if he was scared by how much Sanchik had changed by the end of the month. The manager praised the guy's career due to the lack of a car, so he should at least buy a used car. This made it harder for Jaren than the other workers, but he was too stubborn. The guy asked how Jongbek found out about this, and he replied that he saw him at the bus stop since he lives nearby. Jaren said he would buy a car soon, and Jongbek said he really needed to do it. However, the manager handed the newcomer the keys to the car and told him to take them today. Jaren was very surprised, and Jongbek said that he could not provide him with a car for a test drive yet. Rumors might start if someone sees a newbie taking the car for a test drive. Jongbek said he usually gives the car to customers who have been in an accident and are unable to drive their own car yet, so it even comes with insurance. Jaren took the keys and thanked the manager, which surprised him greatly, because the guy thought that they would start to refuse his offer. Jaren said he understands how important it is, so he is grateful for the opportunity and says he will be careful with the car. Jongbek playfully hit the newcomer and said that now he had someone to talk to normally, since it was simply unbearable to communicate with others. Jaren said he was happy to try, and the manager sent him on his way, saying the car was in the parking lot. The guy thanked Chonbek again and headed out. The manager returned to reading the newspaper and watched the guy go with a smile on his face. Jaren headed straight to the inner parking lot to pick up the car. The guy was deep in his thoughts about how the situation with Lee Sang-shik, Choi Min-ho, and Jong Jong-baek had developed in his past life. Branch manager San-shik resigned after 2 years due to his failure to cope with his duties. Choi Min-ho immediately took his place, becoming the head of sales at the branch. Chonbak, in turn, stayed for another 5 years and did not leave the company. He wanted to be responsible for the 2 employees he brought here, Song Hyun-do and Park Hong-jin. Also, Yoongbak didn't let the wily Minho leave the company. This was not surprising, considering that Jongbak was very famous in this field in Daegu. Jaren got into the car and was surprised, because knowing Yongbak's carefree nature, he expected the car to be dirty, but it was quite the opposite. Today, Jaren is set to make his first deal in his new life. The boy went to the Dusan district in a car that Jongbak provided him with. At some point, the guy drove outside the city limits and was able to admire the beautiful landscape from the car window. After some time, Jaren drove into an expensive area. From memory, the guy found the right house and parked next to it. Jaren walked up to the gate and rang the intercom, but no one answered. The guy stepped back a little to try to look over the fence, because he didn't remember the buyer being away from home that day. Jaren was sure that the man was always at home during the day. The guy was about to ring the intercom again, but he was stopped by the sound of the door opening. Jaren walked up to the fence again so that the owner of the house could see him. An elderly man came out of the house and asked who had come to see him. Jaren smiled and introduced himself to the man, saying he was from the Taylor Auto Show. The man asked the boy why he had come. Jaren replied that Mr. Choi had sent him to introduce him because he had information that the man was planning to buy a car. The man looked at the guy standing behind the fence for a while. However, he later let him in, for which Jaren thanked him. The man asked again who had sent the boy, and he replied that he had come at the request of Mr. Choi Jin-soo, who ran an interior decoration company in the Mansion District.
Ke ka nna ko chase ka bo 2 ke plana na gore ke chase ka 2 ka nne ke batla go bona rane batho ba a tsore batho ba active thata le ga batho ba le mantleng hela ba
The man understood who was being talked about, but said that he was not telling him about his intentions to buy a car. In fact, Jaren lied, since no one sent him, and he took the information that the man wanted a car from his vulgar life experience. But Jaren couldn't say that, so he lied that he and Mr. Choi had been drinking a couple of days ago, and he told him this information. The man thought about his words and asked which convention center the guy was from, and Jaren replied that he was from Taylor. The guy remembers his first consultation with this person, and, in addition, the experiences from his first failure were very strong, so they were clearly imprinted in his memory. The man sat down on the sofa and asked what kind of cars Taylor sold. When he learned that they were selling American cars, the man said that they were indeed quite good, but he did not understand why the consultant had to travel so far. The man said that if he really wanted to buy a car, he would have come to the center himself. Jaren ignored the question and asked the man to bring him a glass of water. The man did not quite understand this request, and the boy repeated the request again, saying that he was very thirsty. The owner of the house decided to simply fulfill the young man's request and went to the kitchen. Handing the glass into Jaren's hands, the man told him to drink the water and leave. The owner said that he would come to their showroom when he really wanted to buy a car. Jaren slowly sipped his water and tried to catch his eye on something that would help him get the man to talk. The guy noticed a photo on the wall and asked the owner if he was a good golfer. Jaren pointed to the photo and said that the man's physical condition indicated that he was a professional player. The man looked at a photo of himself with his friends on a golf course and replied that he was a late starter. Jaren said that he liked golf, but his skills were far from perfect, and his words surprised the man, because the guy was too young for this sport. Jaren said that when he got older he would have more time to play, so he asked the man to teach him how to play. His words melted the heart of the owner of the house, and he smiled. However, after that the man turned away and said that it was cold outside, so the guy could warm up with him and then leave. Despite the man's request to leave, there was a soft smile on his face. In my past life, everything was completely the opposite. The man ordered Jaren to leave and never come back, as he really didn't like the guy. Then the man told the boy to come back when he had gained experience and became the king of sales. These words remained forever in Jaren's memory. That is why the guy came to this man first, because now he has become the king of sales. Jaren had wanted to meet this man for a long time. In his past life, Jaren did not have time to return to the man, because one day, he received a message from his son that he had died. This message was sent to all his contacts. The guy's attention was immediately drawn to the name of the dead man. The man's name was Cho Polmuk. Jaren remembered the people he met, the promises he made when he was in business. One of the guy's mantras for maintaining a good relationship is to prioritize exploration over inclination. Perhaps this is because the guy knows that the more dire the situation, the greater the need for counseling. The reason is that even on the day the client died, Jaren wanted to remind him that he was still his consultant. The guy wants to help people until the very end, and if they need something, they just need to tell him. Moreover, Jaren wanted to fulfill his promise, which consisted of meaningless words. The guy didn't want his work to end when he sold the car. At the funeral, the son asked Jaren what his relationship was to Mr. Cho, and the boy replied that he was his sales agent. Jaren said he had advised the man on buying a car, but the son said he had never met him before. But after thinking for a bit, the man suggested that Jaren could have been from Taylor's company. Jaren introduced himself and said that he currently lives and works in Seoul, but the man could have heard about him from his father. The man then asked if the agent had become the king of sales, but Jaren replied that he still had a long way to go. Mr. Cho's son said that when he first heard about the agent from his father, it didn't make any sense. The man said that agents usually forget about their clients immediately after the deal is concluded. Then Mr. Cho said that if Jaren came again, he would change the car, but his son just laughed at him and said that would not happen. Mr. Cho's son asked Jaren for his business card because he wanted to meet him again and buy a car. Jaren reassured him and said that the man was not obliged to do this, as the promise was made to his father, and he came to meet him one last time. Mr. Cho's son was very upset and said that he should not have left his father alone in Daegu. The man regrets that he missed the moment when his father got worse and did not place him in the hospital. Thinking back on it now, sitting across from Cho Polmuk, Jaren was very happy. The man didn't understand why the guy was constantly smiling. Jaren replied that he simply liked the smell of the tea and asked if the man made it himself. Polmuk was surprised that the boy knew such little things, even though he was young. But Jaren said that he was almost 30 years old. Jaren remembered that when he first met the man, despite his harshness, he still felt a friendliness in him. In his past life, when he was a newbie, a guy would always come up to him and try to sell him something. Jaren kept repeating his memorized phrases like a parrot. But even taking into account such behavior, the old man treated him humanely and agreed to several consultations. But it wasn't because he was interested in Taylor's foreign cars, but simply because he saw how passionate Jaren was about his work. And although Polmuk signed the contract anyway, Jaren still considers it his biggest failure, as he was never able to read the man's intentions. The man pulled the boy out of his thoughts and asked how long Jaren had been working and why he still didn't have a business card. Jaren replied that there was no need for that, because he believed that when Polmuk wanted to buy a car, he would immediately think of it. The guy said that from now on, he would be responsible for the man's vehicles. Polmuk chuckled and asked where Jaren got so much confidence from. Jaren, in turn, thought about the fact that Taylor only hands out business cards with the status of chief agent after 2 months of work in the company. The guy said that Polmuk, despite looking gloomy, never deceives people. Jaren had heard that the man always did business only with those he knew well, as it was difficult for him to find a common language with strangers. Polmuk asked if the boy had received this information from Mr. Choi. Jaren answered in the negative and said that many people who worked with Polmuk knew a lot about him. The guy said that if the man ever needed a car, he would really like to help him by becoming his sales agent. Jaren even said that he would become the sales king if necessary, which greatly embarrassed Polmuk. The man took out a pack of cigarettes and said that the guy was talking too sweetly. Seeing that the man had decided to smoke, Jaren got up from the sofa and went to get an ashtray that was on another table. Polmuk was surprised that the guy managed to notice where she was standing and invited Jaren to join him. The guy politely declined, citing the fact that he doesn't smoke. The man was about to continue the conversation, but then changed his mind and waved his hand, saying that he no longer wanted to talk to the guy. After that, the room fell silent for a while. After finishing his cigarette, Polmuk asked what kind of cars Jaren was selling, and whether he had brought one he might like. The guy replied that he had a car that he would like, and he had arrived in it today. The man got up from the sofa and walked towards the exit, saying that he wanted to look at her. Jaren smiled at him and followed him. The men went outside to where the car was parked. Jaren remained silent and did not interfere with Polmuk, who was inspecting the car from all sides at his own pace. The man also examined the inside of the car. After completing his peculiar inspection of the car, Polmuk asked when Jaren would be able to provide him with the car. The guy remembered that the man was planning to play golf with his friends and offered to deliver the car directly to the golf club. Polmuk got scared and jumped away from the guy, asking if he was a psychic. Jaren replied in the negative and said that he was a salesman who would soon become the king of sales. In fact, it wasn't that hard to figure it out. While Jaren was in the house, he noticed polished golf clubs standing in the corner of the room and a calendar with a date marked on it. But it is not worth denying that the guy remembers this from a past life. So pretending to be a clairvoyant.
Uncle.
We get it.
Uncle.
Tell us. How are you holding?
People have the
The school photos are the regis.
the group photos say the group I can take on one mother say.
No, okay, don't put it. You're going into the Tagamete.
No, Nigga Maritska at that display one can
Always over.
One monkey 7 plus 50. Monkey 60 food. No, what they look at like 60 food, monkey 7 plus 50. Like over top push the seed. Look at Insang Hasi. So push I go and pack a lot.
My dear, I gotta go down in the road.
He can't have a little drum.
Michelle, not today. Oh, no, when you get to another Pahamaka, Gatan, and they give you a regard. I do know.
John Oil. Service kit.
So it's good to get regular money. Then, Frank see. And then I will see the one I got. First plate, my one asked another, and I will retire alone. Legacy and I got a dash plate. 2,000 or something.
What's a mile?
2,000.
What's a mile?
Let's chat the garage.
Orange.
Don't I do? Let's say basically. I do, man. I don't tell you know, let me do me and a pepper. All right, can't teach that was service to go to the high service.
I want to go patelets.
I shall wish was a maya like a no pet how
No,
I'm not going to take them. No, ready there and I do. I comment Yaka.
No, what I because Howley could have a to Barata, a could hold the Atao de Le Chapeau Diratil. Have to Barata
again. That is as a degree of a Tilimopal, love it and so I don't know next I will not to give it there because torpedo man care first day.
I want to sing with the level
of it. Since I get all that teacher after I recommended it. But then I go at that cost that divanka. But I don't go to Shana with the manka.
What the hell? Mano I do la. Happy motor did I know? I will not be able to Macanya little city.
So I give you the Mishman and target like that's what. Come out, get hold. Get out, Heta. Okay. That's it, then target, that's it. And I cost that one. Then I had to never
Ai uncle go botoka e bile o duela motho o tura go na le o duela motho mo tshimo a batla senya e be di costa over le go eta motho a o tura ana ke bona gore ai mo tan re a ngwe re savera mo bathong ba sele ba sa trusted ba senya ba tswa go kwena o salang ka mathata lo di sa bereke o tsoma le tiona dimela Koiba ba senya batho maletiba ai ya batla go bona gore o ikotha ba go senyetsa gore o sa le o ikotha
se ya ka problema mo tofalathi
ke ne ka tse gore o tla nna tse mo ka itse
mama wa nne sebetsa ka
na sebetsa ke batho ba se ya ga batho ba roba mantile etse go tswa mantong a batho go nta go lo ile gore
kana go ya lenyalo la Beto Pius
go ke lo ne ba sa le ba me ba hitile phakela ba a ke tsone go ya
le snap plate number
ba ke itse
ke tsamzansi
ya samzansi gore ya hayari
agar tsamzansi dia transfer yo
gore ya lo ana ke tsaro go Nara se hayari suje azor ba hayari sije
ana ndi hudara diga awataga sije
ba hitile ha ba ya kwa
ga go nyala mo kapo
wa go radio Botswana
mama sa fe
o barka mo radio Botswana sentle
broadcaster
o marabona ke re be se go ba pholisile bona radio Botswana RB2 kana 1
Mas
Mala. Mangwe e kgona se a ke re go re hala mmele wona ga go se go nna mmele ka gore go pala go produce ya monole e dingalo ya monole e dingalo e la ha e le talk
ID la thoma la pelo ito la la sna ma du sna go tsa go
go dingalo anke
na ga go itsa ka la mthango ila le sa jara twa e ka le ma je sa go dabla ora la ka wa pe ka ya mo he ala ki sa jara ka go ka ko ni na le ma dia na abash kundu sahari jara ta sarante mutinte
kana no jarta ne tsinya ma di go le go dinga be mo reketse khombi
kana no khombi na hela kanya di blanda la ta di la kana ka ursan ki khawt tana ka stress ala
kana itere ki bjor ga motho ba tsa go wa rekisa to gaswa ke ipotsa a ka re ka ke ipotsa gore motho wa ba rekisa ka tselentseng yana
ya ba re jela do tsocha do jela ro onna hala ba ro jela ro
ba ro jela ro se go nna o ka re madi a hele
ga ntse wala do di jang do zanga o di ro jela ro ja do di shanto ro do jela just same time
ba di rwala ba di romela kwa Africa batho ba malaiti a ma-India ba tsamaya bo di reka gone ko parking lot-eng ko dilo tse di sa bolo o tsamaya bogologolo
ya ba ga ke 5 years agar ka ba dira ba khona na ba jala ba produce
no 5 years I think ai 5 years I think motho a ba dirise koloi boata
the more is expiring the more production ga how manufacture ga sa ro ke sino ana kula ele
Allah
na ile ilo bankanya tawas Allah Allah
ya se le ngwana teng o monteng a gitse ngwana teng a se le o monteng
a di ke na ma
ke now
Herman's jogar ancestors.
Ancestors. Uncles. Mickey, a better picture here. You smile, was smile, a smile.
I mean, I'm
on sharp.
I made our one of the hipsy at the out of the picture, Aluminium. You get home.
You recent photos. The recent one. I know.
Go again. Nagara Mutaga do me this.
Kenny.
Go and tell me I'm not going
what the picture
yeah, well. Dinner.
Welcome to top of
I'm talking some of the assistant coach out there.
No, the tribal. Okay, man. So, what company on the bolo? You are going to present the radio sports. You pizza with the zero. I will along with ka ha bona ba bangwe ba bolana ka ba bangwe ba nyalana go hectic go hectic mo so aish same time aish ai na ma tharwane so ke go ra ha ke tlo go tsana go ta inyala assistance se pusha motho ra ta bola yo mo itse nna nga se e diretse ye go tenga la uta go tenga ya ke re tshwarela motho
ya ve sina mo go temi tshware
go sina ya le nte se ba
kana le jara ya tshwane ya gona go mo go tsena garanga ya ka ba tsala ba dira
ka o tshwara
unless we are now here and go so
ebile ha go ta ke utlwala ntha go te motho o boletse ka ka ja bona ke re ba bona ba ile khonye mo go a ba eta dira mathela SB a ba itela kwa face ba tshaba
kana bona ke maro
ai
imagine bona motola wa la suje go spengo no tama o se se so ngala pular na ya ka ayo bona ra ga go irwa ento au di bushi
ka kwa
are na bona mo to nya na wala mo ka ro ta wa ji ara heta mara he na go to ro wala te mo se ora na sa bona kana o ta video kana na mara hala ka ho mo ta ga to ara wa de to na sport na kana mo alo na ki o ro le ara mala ro le ta na ya na fa sa na de ya mo polo e dara sa ra ya le ta ma to ne ba to na le pizza le bona ba to na le ita lo mana kwa yani ba wala la mthago mo to ke bu bo pena re ke bana le mo khare ke mo bola all the long hale ka mo sana sa bona ke
that's right.
Hey, Fed. How are you? You are around?
I'm good.
You are feasting?
Yeah.
Okay. You are going home? All right. Ile ka nana ka bona kona butsi jana asja mari ka ja pula ona marunyana tenga ire
marunyana tenga pula go tswa bongwa ne go tene shanya
kana ka re taira tsana la ka dina ba tsa santsa
ke dilo apule dinalo ga wa da rate none ba mate kante ba re ba skele bo bulaleng para a ke re tseng ga te ka
da wala ga
28 te wele di te go le Monday go ba betsa biki o thela ba le teng mo tse go Monday Okay. 3 minutes to 1. 3 minutes to 1. No, I gotta give me a chai. It's like yesterday. Nice. I thought they say right now. Happy to say again now. I would get about 4 one. So I'll pack like a way. Kana kamu so ho that phone ya la happy hello no di office bua nnete ka moso do for the office bana ba sekole bone ke itse gore bone bo thanya ka Sunday
ba ta ga bone bo Sunday bo Saturday
ba rata dio tsa last minute Kanto ko le guy like this
right so le ba gare na ile so o te no exchange akra na di kore jo tsana
ke ra gore ene ba sa ba itisa
ma ro ba ro ke le ba manda to botte ba ba ite ke ba sai ro le ba gare jo tsana ba ro le tsana ba ro le na jo ro ga na ma la skana dire da ro ba ta ka o ne ba ra ko ro i fara
ba ya ra ko lo yi yenele bomma go mona ai bomma go mona ba irresponsible ka di tseng tsa bona ba irresponsible because uncle ho kwa wa re itse gore mthakole go ta go ke eno na responsible gore ko le rekisiwe ba ntse ba itse mthakole o dirang no ha ba irresponsible ko re tse dingwe la go Utlolo already antaro ba moretse ba ra a ise koloi kwa bo le dile bo uncle no go te go ta anele bana koloi a ba rota ise ya ke ipoza le ene monna lo wa senya yo ene ha ba diana ba o gona itlela re ke case ya gore gore le koloi ya go mthakolo o sile ka yone ga mthakolo ha o gona o sia ka koloi e be bone ba
na sa ntaro da maga kolo na go ngo gida ntere tambo dar kan te ba tu ta len kolo ba ren ka kolo i kan te ba tu ta len ba tu o maro ra na de do ba la ki ke ha wa ke mo sa botse
ka pele no na le bo mmagwe kwa ke na sa botse bo mmagwe
agaro ma ho kana ra ra ba itse ora ta le ba shiri bo matlo mama ile conference call ara maro bara da te bolo national ha ora la fa sa bolo ya wa hata mara te ara
ba ke le tsora a ba ta sa utana le batho ala sa
na ya garo mo ga mo go da 15,000 dan da dule ore ga direction se di ta nga ma di aro me tsona re ke 28,000 ora na ba sala chu mi gidi me la rona mo dela
ya sa ai di na gape gore ne ke
gore e la sna na uta go te pankiri e bo
ba phanika
bona wa te mara ko le to ma ke pala ngora
no gore nna ke butse gore ankele ka gore na don't ha lo ke duetswe why ke sontse re ka ditori ke eng ke le ka go wina
motho e bele
ke le ka go wina
e anke e twa godi ko le mona go ntse re tshwantse re improve
ntse ya phere gore ya gate ya gone mo yone a tshwantse ya kelema le go etsa gore totolo mo batho mo strateng ne mo mone
motho
go tsena tse ya it's or you are good to anele.
I wanted to do what I was like an yeah, you don't tackle. Had the memory on how many years. Well, like a couple of Naga Canton, Marhaka,
I'll try. I don't have all the matter.
Monko and I had Monko how hard to keep up for years. In my husband, I had 22 years, and I had 11 years. And they also.
Nako nna ke batle mo uncle mo re bona hela gore no go a tsela e siameng ke e be re ntse re itseisa tsela e nngwe hela e swanya e go ta go ka moswa batho ba taba bua yana go nna bone ba sa siama
Sorry, we don't know my have to accept the holiday to the That's why when I was at Talahanya, but they are Adam like one. Now, what is that? What created us? I had a lot creation. I don't know how to meet Danyana or young one about it. Go on about over Adam. Adam had created a gallo. But I want to charge it. I want to know. I want to do. I want to.
Kunza ngole nyalo go busy
Erra.
ona ntsabe ka a khoteng hela a ke tsona e tsengo khoteng e ga go virus
Okay, para kusna. Sana ma thakanya na woni
mala lete ar mariga a ba to phatola
Ela. Sabe?
ba to phatola
Ke go pontuse. Go ka kgona go nthusa. Ke dirile nnetnyana ke re ke mo maranyane
ke subscription
no ne ke rile ke dirile net ya betwe.
okay
So ya no ke kgone go dira sengwenyana mo teng ya no go gana go cash out ya no e ne re ke prove
nga mi go
net
ke a ke cash out me how register a ke ba go ra ba re kgona go tsenya dikarata tsa gago kana se
ra
go mo payment o tsenya payment method wila kgona go tsenya o kgwatsi
ya mo ngwe go tse go fila gore e siame ya no ga ngwe itse gore go ra re mo
withdraw
ke go withdraw
okay
Ojela ko na bro. Bro ka. Oy get it dorte. Ojela ko na ya.
nya ha se
Ke dollar.
nya ke dipula ke 150 la ya no ke batla go simolla ke re gore a ke dirile ke no
Tere daga. Udah ke dollar ana lo 150 US dollar oh close to 1.8 yeah maksa lagi lentu jawa la kana
no betwe a ke mo kana ke dilo tsa football a ngona na dira mo football ke dilo tsa sports
nya ke sa
no haraka tsa di toka le go ruti ankele le ile a ke tse se baka bolo nna
o ka batho ya o ina ela gore ya
ko mahasaka le tsa mona
ya le tsa mono le tsa mahala
na ke wa tsa ka dollar a ke re ko be sa ka dollar
ka dollar go ntse
ile ke na le 150 yana mo orange o tla re ka le kae
o batho go betsa kae ankele
mara ba ke dile pelo mo masa
me kana malite a go ba betswa itse
ke ba
bone bo setso ba na le di-account tsa
ya se tswa ke go bolela tsoro wa kana ana ga mo
se
black and white.
ke bi white
Black and white.
ke bi ke ma
skip maro
a ke itse gore kala he dilo tse ka
maro wa kan
a mi mo le mongwe o mo le mongwe o bona le malitinyana bone ba bodi Birthday ya gona o sa itseng gompieno because
mo go itirelwa hela
gompieno go kana le bona bo nurse bo thibile ke show bale le bone ba beta e tshwana ke bona gore go ha go betiwa hela mongwe le mongwe ke nelo ke sa beting o tla ita
nega ha khamala malo ha shopong hele ke tla msadi mo go la bua ka yo
ke mona ke ntshitse donation mo go tswele dinyanong e mongwe gape ke ntse donation mo le teng mo
le jana ita en la ita kana
ke ba go se ne o tse taps ke angele
ahora vendo jana di mama
ke batla go lebela gore gato
go donation bana ya batla gape ha ba tlo dira dipampiri ka madi ona ya ka ya tla ke ne go se ka nna donation
ke a go dina nna ke tlo gato price giving kana ga teng
so proof of glory ya ra gore ke tsenya foto a ke re ya o mang
kana
so ya no ha ke tsentse ba re
bula ke ke ga ntse ke ke o connect
Maria is 150 malo ba ke hele di sa bula ka mangwe
o pala ke go antse
ya no ke a boela ha
go ntsa le sonto re gona la ile 150 gona mo tsaya o bo sala ka 50 bula o simola gape ka
ke simolla se shaga ke seng go tsongwa ke sa sale ka se ja
go ntsa support visa, you could see your cash in under 12 hours. First time withdrawal might take a bit longer due to security checks. Ke connectile mme kana ke bona ise hey motse ya Philippe ka ya e ba to phatola e ba to ntse sepe go te ene le ba ga to nna bogaleng tsenyana teng e black and brown go batla loga in Nikandilo ni asa Philippe ini shui
Pero all along Christians as an unethical.
ntse le teng one ona ra before ata ka ka tsone ha ke itse
Ota ka tsona tsa bana le teng.
meela hae ha ntse a disappearile nyana ntse di le teng tsone ne di scavenger wa di tlogela fifa
Abenja ha ka re yana o bo itshusetsa ebile inna zone dia go le go di
nna go bona light e ntshitse eta e kukile thogo eta e kelemile
a re ke ne
ya bona di tetse yana gore di tadisetse o file morago ke le kwa
ke bone mara
ke tsa file yona nna le tsone gone kwa
di tsona nna le tsone kwa kana di tsako
kana go ha ke re yana ke tsenya password e bua e supa go mo gape na ke tla go nyari kana ya re ha ke na
go mona le ka tsenya go fingerprint on how do you use fingerprint it use
fingerprint ana ke bona ka re ntsenya dingwana
fingerprint of my plan na motho a ka ruta ba bangwe nana hela be di
wa meletse go lata re le ke le lasha no le dingano wa bona le ntse
na fingerprint
e teng ya tswa gongwe ga itso ela mme ke re ke isimolla gone ya kgona go tsena wa bona tsenya 76 83 75 11
le kako
nya ne ke dirisitse a letsogo go tsena one monwana one
ila bere
ne ka re ke re yana ile reka yaanong ga gongwe ga ke setse ke re ke a itsena di nna dingata
a ka roka cancela di tseka
gone go batlang ka
di tshwana
ga ka cancela go ta tsenya ile ang kgona go gana gore tsenya
ya dumela
di fingerprint tsa monana eo ka
ga di tshwane le tsela ke le mo teng ga matsogo a go yana le dilaene tse ga di tshwane
di a tshwana
ga di tshwane
ka bolela da tsa uta ke ipotsa ra ga di tshwane lebele
ga di tshwane ke bona le gore ke tla le ga le
ke 7683 7511 password e be nna mang
Manyathela
yeah
1 2 3 hash
manya tharalo a security ke ndo
ndi trust it
ga ga Hello, mga manya tela gape kana ke monna we. Yona na le security wa hela a bereka mo mine. Assist. Maya tela la ke na na ha block na ba na solo singa na na ha block na ko ne. ke bolaya metona re ntse re the mmogo ko ko mokoting
Okay.
manyathe le re le betse kana 3 ya ke be sa ntse le mo security
Mo security.
a na le dibese le madi a amogela manyathe
Mo security.
a ba na le kgomo tsa tharo o itse ro ja ka gompieno tshwantse a ba hitile gone kana ke bua dilo tsa bogolo
Na nyala bra me ala ko hai bila di mo sa ka.
e le no ba
Ah, na ke.
kana manyathe le no ka na le fast nya manyathe mana ka go itse go bona ka
Nya gone mo tatela mo ke nna gone mo tatela.
re kopana hela mo
Re kopana hela gone mo tatisa le ke nna mo.
ka itse wena ke thola ke go bona ana
Ke
go
togela ha clinic.
okay mo security
Ah. Ah, sali ke tama tati ka 99.
that's why kana every time ka go na Every now and then, I get tired of yeah, no, I'm tired of my
Ya ke le gone mo tati.
okay. How about you? What do not quit?
thinking kana o loga in
Kana o loga ye.
Maybe to kana o loga in
Ya.
because every
Ona le madi a la mante.
Ngawa isha kahawa ukesha oraga session.
maybe to
Ne ka ba lile. Ba ntha ba renya. Le tse ba le tsena ba no ba ntha renya o ka tsena kana mo di internet cafe. Ba go thusa.
no ke re ke a tlhaloganya problem ke re yanong ga e gana o loga in ya me ke leke go tsena ka yone mo computereng
Ba le di bantse ya le bona ke ile ka ta ke ranta ke bone monna.
I'll check this back.
Yes. Kanya thing
7 ma
73. I mean sorry 76
76
83
83
75
75
11.
Kima password
Manyatela.
it's 1 2 3
1 2 3 hash.
your access denied check username or password ro gona le sengwe se se
Ore kganya ngwe ke ile mo hileng. Ne ka re last netwa gona nna le maina mabedi a sa tshwaneng ni ile a no bona. Manyatela motho ona tsentse le ngwa a tsantse spell. So le ke re ke ntsha engwe. So gora re ke tsa gore ka re dule mo phone. Ya no e ganella go le. Ya se le ha tsamaelane le uma.
go re bula account ya
Kana o tsentse instead of
yone ne sa a kere me tsotlhe na di confirmile ka phone number ya gago no ha ntse a le motho a kere phone number ya gago ke yone e confirma sengwe se la le wrong spelling a gore sepe mme cause la le ke wrong spelling no le ka tsena mo tebe le change spelling sa teng yana gore problem yana ga go ataritse like the right username le go the password because yone confirm ka mobile number gore o loge in o tshwanetse go tsenya phone number le password so yaanong gore mo go tsweletse go tshwanetse re bankanye sengwe
gona go ngwa go senya ke
mme makiri yana ke bone 76 83 7511 I guess o tshwanetse go tsena message go nna phone number ya teng go nna number ya teng ke OTP mo Seven, 6. Ke MANYATELA
Terate ngona le H.
nkira mo passwording hana H ke tsenye H okay no ke yona mo ntse go dirisa password ya se ke THE ya ke e gore ke MANYATELA 123 hash ya ke kgona kwa ne supa gore go mo verification ya re e fetse okay
go tsenya tsone di-photo a kere o mang
o tsenya o mang ba batla
o tsenya ka gale ka ga ya laone
ke ra gore in one page kana ba batla di-side tsotlhe
ba batla side tsotlhe
ba batla ngwe le ngwe ikemetsang e lo tshwere o magono
ka nthusela ka go kegela ke tswa kwa hela o sala ka teng pula ka go mpitse
7683
Bona ka le go
ya
768311 837511
ya
ya o a batho gore a batho a ntse a tsamaya around
bona gore wa super 150 mo teng
no ke a bona
madi a setsana le malatsi a nna mo
a ganele
a ntse a hokotsega ka bonya ka bo
le nna mthakalo ile a mpankanyetsa 150 a mo teng mo orange ke dirile password e sharp
gore kgone go tsena
ke kgona go checka ra ya nomara ntse mateng le ke yana ke tla tshwana le ke ka checka
le batho go betsa beto e serious mo founung ke eng e sa tsene automatically e like tshwaranyana sentse e load
kana bona me ke go sie ka yone gone ha phone ke tla jika ke tsene ha spanning ha le ke chaisise ba ba
no phone ka tsamaya ka
phone ka tsamaya ka
ke tsetse mo account
okay
bona ka togela o manya
sure
ha le sengwe o ta utlwa di-message di tsena ko go wena
ga gona le ha ile molato
bashimane ba kgona go tsaya founu ya go ba sala ka yone ba bona kare bashimane ba kgona go sala ka founu ya go ana le sheronto o tsamaya be ba e bereka o tsogilemo mane yana o kile a kgona ntumedise malatsi a la ke mmuisa o hetela ga mpuisa nya kore nkile ka na le toro e ngwana
nna ke ba ke togetse ba ke bone gore
nkile ka lora nako ngwe
bananyana ba ankele ba nna ke thagetsea kere ba ba totola ke di-opportunity hela re le gone because bananyana ba le dilo tsa sekolo tsa eng di ba heta hela re ntse le gone because na re wa ba buisa ba go helele ba hela ane ba hela
ke mao bjona ka mao bona ga tsobolane mo tshwareng a ke right
mme kana ba dingalo
lora nako ya ke tsena mo ntlong ke go tse ka e rentisena madi di antse ka gore ba ga le lendo ya ke tsena mo ntlong ke hela ngwananyana hela mo teng yo montšhwa ke botsa re le ka re ke ntse so yo ba teng mo ntlong motho a na re ke ba teng a ba re ke mollo ka mmesa thata yaanong the next week ngwana yana na mpuisa ngwana yana a isuka thata mpuisa bontšha
na bananyana ba ankele ba thola ba kore ke thola ke a kgamala all the time because ke a gama kore maledi o kgone go tata nna gone
ena a re
gape nne ne ke thola ke ipitsa gore ke e mantse yana gompieno ebile because we are treating about it le yo motona ga ke tso ngwana maledi yo mo le ene ga a buisane le yo mokimo ntse alo le mme ebile malatsing yana ke bona ntse a ipateletsa a heta a ba kgone go mpusa ke bona gore wa ipateletse a bogolo o nnang phetagela le tshwele ke re dumelang a ba hetagela ke direle monna
ranto be mo yana mosesana
ofe yole yolo sala tisha motho o sala a tsamaya nako la bolo le mmona gone ha le nna ke la bohelo ke mmona na ke itse na ke tsoro teng nna ke ile ka re maloba ile nna ke akantse ke re ke taya molletse ka gore be ke lose interest mo go molletse
I'm gonna care land base. Land base you can have it. I don't it's a very good hotel. You would have again about the land base.
na motho nako ele ya ke rekile na line busy ba motswaletse ko matamong ora ba motswaletse ko matamong gona go line busy gongwe no me a setiwe
I'm blocked the phone. So that you block all that. So I'm blocked. When I let them for a land base.
ke a go tshwara ai like ile ka bona a yo bona disappear yana ka itse ha le teng wa mona a la vila bolo bona ha se go roka na go matamong ba motswaletse ka go tswara ke bona ra yo mona no task ka na ka re mo setse mara ga la tswe mo go ka nna ke batla ditori You understand? For me, we're still here rocking 5 hours in. Yo. Yo, what's up, guys? Supposed to be hitting like a half day today. But I'm trying to push it. Let me know. Yeah, somebody said, how has DDG impacted your life? A lot, man. All the subscribers on this channel are here because of DDG. That's how much he has impacted. Even his cousins are on here. Paidway T.O. is on here. He subscribed. Somebody said, okay, you was just asking the same question. Okay. Yeah, Paidway T.O. is here. He's subscribed. And yeah. Malam. Emma. Malam. No? You want a copy? Yeah. Okay. Keep looking. No? Thank you, Mama. Chad had disconnected. Mashly, bashly, bashly. Theo the stream. The boy streams. Malam. Emma. Emma.
Okay.
No, two. Because I say one again.
Eh. One.
Oh, sure.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mom. dumela mama. Erteng, Emma, dumela. Emma. A lot of people are taking care of me, apparently. Let's Brandon. Oh, bro, I would Yo, we 6 hours in. Somehow don't. Yo. 6 hours later, we're still here, baby. Yeah, man, I was supposed to hit a half day today, but I'm gonna not get off the stream right now, but I'm going to come back because right now I'm still after this thing is finished downloading the Call of Duty. We're probably going to be playing Call of Duty till like from whenever we start till midnight tonight. I'm gonna try to live stream every single day in the after work, man, for you guys, for the movement to grow faster, man. It's time to grow faster. It's time to grow faster and go further. You know, the normal stuff that we always do, we have to start doubling down. We have to start doubling down, man. We have to start doubling down. Doing the normal stuff is. This time is up. Time is up for us to do just normal stuff. Niggas have to start doubling down. Have to start doubling down, man. I'm gonna start trying to start doubling down. I'm gonna do like all the content that you guys always wanted me to do. I'm gonna do reactions. I'm gonna do IRL. I'm gonna do all that. We're gonna double down on anything, on everything. Make sure everything gets done. Do more than necessary. Do everything. Make sure everybody's all set, you know? I was looking. Yeah, man. So why is there like? Let me wipe the camera. I'm wiping the camera. There's like a flare, a light flare. Usually when there's a light flare, it means like maybe the camera is dirty. Something is affecting the camera vision. Yeah? Yeah. Yo. Cause it don't matter, bro. Yo, Emma, the thing. Good, Emma. You know Setswana, you know what I was talking to my uncle. He said he's looking for the one for flu.
You want for flu?
Yeah.
What about that brother who said you get that one?
No, I don't think. You never called the person.
I never got the number. That one was seated here.
You are sitting here. No, he said he's okay. How much is this one?
Same.
Okay, no, we'll pick up the money tomorrow. How do you use this one?
There's the instructions down there.
Times a day. Sharp. You collect the money tomorrow. Okay.
Anytime.
Anytime. Because I'm not on meeting. Because I'm working off right now.
Oh. Half a day.
Yeah, half day. I was giving them a half day, and plus a lot of people are not coming to me.
Oh,
Usually when people come, they come
and
early in the
plus
morning.
the weather also.
Yeah.
All right.
No, thank you. Mala, Emma. What the hell is my name, bro?